Yo, yo, yo. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What's up, what's up, what's up? Who do we have here? Emiran, Clown, Idris Summer, Kekikan, Lazarus Long, Atomic Power, Quinnaban, Orion, Omegalol. When do the dailies reset? An hour and 4 minutes. Hey, sorry. What's up, what's up? Hadrian, welcome, welcome. Quintinu. Hey, that's an awesome name. Quintinu, huh? Hey yo, Bizanes, what's up, what's up? Welcome, welcome. So, we have exactly 1 hour to do all our dailies. And yeah, it's gonna be a little tight, but we'll be fine. Now for that we need to figure out what are our dailies to begin with, right? I feel like first off we want to make sure that we get the path in Starlight finished. So we check, we see our dailies are done. Special missions, we don't have to worry about it. Check-ins, nothing we can do. Conquest and Tower shouldn't bother us too much. Operation has nothing to do with the dailies. Thesis dailies, all daily, weekly, not my business. It's also daily. Check-in, nothing I can do. Nothing I can do here. A lot of, you know, non-dailies, but then again, here we go. We have ourselves the Orbital Link event. And to do that, we need to do Cube Palace and Event Assault. So those are our first two things on the checkpoint. Will Ashera Volts be available in the standard observation pool? She's already in there. This is how I got my third total from a standard pull somehow. Yeah. Alright, so we should be able to beat the entire second cube tower. And then we can try tomorrow to beat the third. And then we can try to beat the fourth. And then we can try to beat the fifth. And something like that. But for now, we just make sure we run the tower on the highest stage possible. While hopefully clearing it. Yeah. So yeah, after this one, most of like the do this today dailies can be found in the Candle Square. Candle Square should be where we really want to be spending most of our time on for the next hour to make sure that we have everything checked off. Yeah, doing auto pass easy on journey is really not giving you that decent of sets. I guess it depends. Like, besides one singular one, all of mine pass easy are on auto. And I would say they are at least serviceable. Is Omega as the break skill a story unlock main story? She's unlockable through the main story, but you then have to spend 300 of your puller R/SR character dupes to be able to get your hands on it. Where do you get the gifts for characters to increase affinity? Usually it's event shops. It's event shops and then selection boxes in your inventory. That's about as reliable as it's going to get. What time is daily reset? Like an hour or two? From now on, 61 minutes. Can you do a guide about the copy shop on which thing is worth to buy? I did a dupe shop guide for now. So if you're like struggling with the observation currency at all, total, then you can check that one out. But yeah, we'll probably at some point also make like a full apocalypse shop guide for like PvP. And you know what I noticed? RTA might even be a little bit more important for, you could say, dedicated progression. And that is, if you play RTA, you could already get your hands on tier 2 gear. And not just any tier 2 gear, but tier 2 gear with the right main stat. So 3 PM EAT for me every day. Yep. Yeah. You can also craft gifts. What do you use to craft them? That's the question, right? And where do you get what you use to craft them? Alright, so we beat the second cube. And then obviously goal after reset is to beat the third cube. And then maybe the fourth and fifth are gonna take a little longer. Isn't gear and shop for RTA random? I mean, let's have a look at it again, right? See, the arena gear, like the standard straightforward arena gear, is completely random, right? But when we head over into the Gauntlet and Thales season, you see that this one, when you click on it, says, here, I think this one is... Here, look, after purchase, you can obtain the selected component. Select chest, right? So you could select any of these. So here, for example, you'd probably pick the crit set, right? Same is kind of true here. Here you could get a crit set. Obviously here as well, here as well. And then these ones would allow you to pick whatever necklace you want. Yeah, so this is why I think RTA might just be a potential avenue of progression when you're feeling stuck and you can't do anything, so that you can get yourself tier 2 gear early. Yeah. Please do not abbreviate combat power. Just call it power, alright? But how do you gain it fast? There is no specific way of, you could say, quote unquote, gaining it fast, but the main points are level, resonance, journey. Like level, resonance, journey are the big three, and then afterwards it would be gear, affection, and then dupes. I'm fortunate enough to already be pushing in chapter 16 and 112, so I have a few T2 sets. Yeah. See, if you want access, so where do you actually unlock tier 2 gear? Tier 2 gear you unlock when you beat 1426. When you beat, or I think 1436, right? When you beat chapter 14, then you can head over into the Candy Square. And in the Candy Square, when you go onto Hunt Quest, and then let's take the appropriate fight, this one right here. You see that here we now get access to the tier 2 crafting materials, as well as also potential tier 2 drops. While we still have the option to drop tier 1 gear, but at least we can get it. I'm not gonna lie, I'm looking at the battle pass. Is it worth it for the Arcana? Look, you still have to get, as far as I can tell, all the way to level 30 before you can pick this Arcana, right? It's probably worth it in terms of just like general resources inside of it, but keep in mind it might be a week, maybe a week and a half before you actually get it. I feel like I'm behind when you see account level. Wonder what I did wrong. Oh, no. Account level is equivalent to stamina spending. What I did today is like stamina and obviously campaign. When you do campaign levels, your account level goes up. But also when you spend this willpower, right? Willpower equivalent to account XP as well. So that's why. I think, like, for example, I did like 300 into the gear dungeon because I was overcapped and I needed to get rid of it. Gear dungeon, material dungeon drops threads we can use for gift cards. Let's have a look at that. So we need to go into the headquarters. Then into craft shop. Enter. And then it's probably under miscellaneous, right? So if you were ever wondering, okay, where do I really get the higher tier resonance materials? Here, you use these to craft the blue ones. And then, you can use the blue ones to craft the purple ones. And here, gear crafting materials. Now, this is important. This is actually fucking important. Tier 2 gear unlocks chapter 14. Okay, you know what? This is actually great. Somebody... Hey, Peter Kamet, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Somebody said you were unable to transform tier 1 materials into tier 2. That's not the truth. We can actually use this tier 1 material box to get 300 of these. And then in the crafting section... No, not here. Headquarters. In the crafting section, we can actually turn tier 1 material into tier 2 material. That's kind of nice. At a ratio of 1 to 2, so that's 150 tier 2 material you could be missing out if you craft early. Ooh, that's important. And then here would just be the gifts, right? This one. Threads of connection. I mean, sure, let's have a look. 28 threads of connection. Ooh. 2 purples. 3 purples. Some grays, some greens, some blues. Not too bad, not too shabby. Hey, non-stop, what's up, what's up? What exactly is effect hit rate and what does it do / what kind of character needs it as a stat? Effect hit rate is what you take against an enemy's effect resistance to determine if a debuff can be applied. Like something like applying a debuff to the enemy or stripping a debuff from the enemy is what gets determined by the value, if we take a look, by the value of our effect hit. So for example, simply speaking, if I use this against someone that has an effect hit resistance of 150%, he's going to resist our debuff. What is also important is the fact that whenever you are at a type advantage, your effect hit is counted as 30% higher, and when you're at a type disadvantage, your effect hit is counted as being 30% lower. Yeah. And yes, we are on the global server, but I believe all 3 of our guilds, I think we only have 3 at the moment, are full. But you can check and see, maybe there's somebody not, one of ours not being full, but it would be mountaintop, mountain bottom, and mountain side. I think those are like the 3 we currently have. I don't know if we made a 4th. I believe we did not. I got no tanks. Is that bad? Lol, my account weird. I got 2 copies of Ash, 2 copies of Bunny Girl Charlotte. No, that's fine. You can just always get a tank later. What you should do instead is you can kind of like treat Ashera as a bit of a tank by having her in the middle. And you can run Lacey if you have her in the middle as well. Because if Lacey gets hit, she moves up in turn meter, which is a decent sub-strategy. Still have to make mountain other side. Yeah, I mean, if anybody wants to make mountain other side, let me know. But before we lose track of time, we have something to do. So, Candy Square. Let's check out the event, Flashpoint. And this is by far the most important Flashpoint, because it gives 2 banger Arcanas. It gives 2 banger Arcanas, whereas the other ones only provide you with, character shards, and these ones are all more kind of like, Like Bunny Girl Claire is awesome, but Heidi is a little tough. Omega is obviously a bit of a dud, but Murray is great. Yeah, I think Lacey might even heal herself when she gets hit, yeah. So, do we have enough combat power? No, we do not. But maybe we're still able to beat this stage. I doubt it, but I'm going to try. Just to see what happens and how bad the difference is. 50k combat power drop is obviously a lot, but who knows? Oh, change the break skill. Yeah, sorry. I forgot that depending on which game mode you go into, it proceeds to like show you quote unquote a different team. There we go. And this level 200 is obviously not my units being level 200, it's just the event leveling everybody to 200. Do you think leveling T1 gear right now is worth it? And if yes, what should you level them to? The best breakpoint is 9. Not super expensive and gives you 3 upgrades for the substats. And I think the pieces to prioritize would be the boots, the necklace, the ring, and maybe the weapon. Or or the chess piece, depending on if it's attack or the defense-based character. Sorry if people already asked, but when are you going to stream CZN again? I'd give it like a day. I feel like by tomorrow I'll be to the point where I don't have to spend 20 hours just to like make progression. I'm trying to plat main mission 3-7 and it ain't loading. Ooh, let me tell you a story. Yesterday, before we ended the stream, I was so confident. And I was like, yeah, don't you worry about me. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna go to sleep and let the tower run. You know what happened when I tried to run the tower on my phone? Every time I opened the game on my phone and I clicked on the tower, not just the game, but to some degree even my phone crashed. And it took me like 10 to 20 seconds for that thing to like get out of that lockdown state. That was annoying. So I basically went to sleep without doing the tower. Man, you had to delete CCN. I liked the game, but you realized all I did was pull for the new characters. I mean, hey, you can just check the game back out once again with Season 3, because we're going to get a new game mode where the used pile is not a thing anymore. Meaning that if you can do it, you'll be able to play one card for as many times as you want, so long as you're able to draw it. So that's definitely going to shake things up, and it's also meant to be like high difficulty chaos, I guess. How do I link Star Savior to my mobile if I'm linked to Steam? You go into Steam and then you click on link and you do Steam to mobile. Then it's going to give you a code on Steam. You type that in on mobile and then it's going to tell you that it's going to delete your mobile account and replace it, and with that case then also bind it with the Steam account. Just make sure, like, it's going to clearly tell you, okay, this is the account that gets deleted, this is the account that gets transferred. And then at that point you'll have it on both. Do you know which break skill is the best? It should be the Omega break skill. Because it gives you a speed multiplier, attack multiplier, and a heal. The UID part where you type in a code on Steam isn't clickable for you. It should. I mean, for me it went with no problems. Maybe you're like maneuvering the menu a little awkwardly. I'm not quite too sure, right? Like something's in the bush, probably. If I didn't get the Blondie SSR but I have the rest of the best heroes, should you keep the account or reroll? Keep the account and just try to get her later. You are going to continue to summon on that banner for the foreseeable future, for like the next 3, 4, 5 days regardless, and she is the highest rated character on that account, on that banner. And just keep in mind, you really do want her, and you want her twice. Thank you, the linking was a little confusing, was scared of losing the account. Makes sense. Like, obviously you want to be careful, but it should all be very clearly stated. I was able to do it without any real trouble. So... Man, the music is good. I said it once, I say it again. The music is good. Alright. I think now we just run Assault, right? Now we just sweep the highest stage prior to the Wolf 8. Because we've been able to now, just through daily progression, unlock the highest stage and make sure we can beat it. Which obviously we've over-leveled by quite a bit, seeing as how it says 7,000. Yeah, I think we don't have any more use for this. So I guess this is the point where we just buy 3 Eternium, or in this case 9, and we just run this 9 times to get the max amount of event currency possible. Yeah. Wait, was it a portrait for your frame, for your character? I just realized that you get premium currency from limit breaking Arcanas and you got around 11k. Yep. Same how you get it for characters, you also get it for Arcanas. No. Oh yeah, it was. Perfect. Did they reset already? No. They hasn't reset yet. I always do. See, this is a bit of what I like to do. I always do everything shortly before the day resets. Like, for example, I haven't done my free daily support just due to the fact that if I wait until shortly before reset, I will have had my max progression for the day. It's only relevant for like the first week or so, but it gives you a tiny bit more resources. And hey, resources more means resources good. Yeah. And that's why we're now going to make sure that we get all our dailies out of the way. So there's nothing we've missed. Okay. Time to go back into the square. How do you get the break skills? I used my points on buying shards for the SSR. Then you just need to do some more summons so that you're able to get the 300 currency. It's not the crazy currency. It's like these pages that you use. And if you really want to know how, it's also in my latest video. If you just want to see it like visually for some reason. Why is there an exclamation mark? Ah, because we unlocked a new cheat code, huh? Okay, what kind of cheat codes do we have? Save crit rate. That sounds good. By the way, is Emily much better than Hito? If I get hit early, should I keep her and not aim to get Emily? General consensus seemed to be Emily is a bit of like an investment hog. And definitely a lot more prevalent in PvP than in PvE. But it also depends on your preferences. Right? You're only really probably going to notice the differences between Emily and Hild for PvE. At least if like both are just one copy. If you play the game on auto. Or better said, not on auto, right? Alright, here we go. So we've made it to 7. Which is the highest difficulty we currently have unlocked. Let's hope that our team is able to beat it. And then we can sweep it. And then we should be able to have this done before the daily reset. Hello, in Cube Palace, must I activate the cheats? And what would you pick? Obviously, you don't have to activate the cheats. But it's what can help you push into the higher cube stages, which you want to do, because the higher your cube, the more skill materials you get every day. And in terms of what cheats do you want to pick, at least early on, just pick anything that sounds like a DPS increase. Like speed increases, attack increases, crit chance increases, crit damage increases. Everything like that is like no brain picks. And yeah, you can obviously just reset your cheats later, which really isn't that hard to do. So once we get to the point where we do stage 4 and 5, that's when we like will properly pick cheats based on what character you want to run, right? We'll go max dupe Rosaria if you can afford it, sure. I mean, I'm still not entirely super convinced by her passive. I think her passive on 1 copy is already kinda nuts. And the improvements should only be a bit more minor for the dupes. Event store and arena store guide, yeah. I'll make an apocalypse shop / event shop guide. You know what? Maybe I just make a complete shop guide where I also potentially give you like the best value packs just in case. 1 dupe is enough for everyone? Hypothetically speaking, yes, but not necessarily. Like, you have to make a clear distinction between what you mean with enough. Because some characters, obviously, with their 3rd, 4th, 5th dupe, they do get more effects. Like, for example, how a Yumin at 0 dupes does what she does, but at 4 dupes, or like 3 additional ones, all of a sudden she just stacks whatever her passive does a little higher, right? You need 4 max dupes to break through level 200? Forget about it. Like, please, for the love of God, get away from the idea that you're going to be stuck on levels. This is not Nikkei. It's going to be entirely different, and let me tell you why. When you get a SSR, they're going to be level 160 max. When you get your second one, they're still 160. Get a third one, so only 2 out of 3 copies, you're 180. And then yes, the fourth copy is what you need for 400, for 200, but in terms of resource cost to get to level 200, you will have at probably close to 10, if not more, different units with max dupes by the time you hit resources needed for level 200. Like, it's gonna be a long time. Hey bestie, what's up, what's up? Which breakthrough do you think is ideal? Looking at Omega as the PvP option and Dimension assault for PvP, do you agree? I've still seen a lot of people in Arena just use the Omega dupe, just due to the fact that it gives permanent speed increase. But I feel like it kind of depends on the playstyle of your team and what your team is meant to achieve. No, not 10. Yeah, you're most likely going to see 10 different characters with full dupes by the time you have the resources for 200. Unless the game obviously decides to shower us in way too many resources. No, you said you agree, but 10 max dupes you don't know. Have I played Etheria? I did, but I did not decide to stick with the game long term. How am I today? We're doing mighty fine. I can't wait to get all our daily rewards flushed in again, because then we'll be able to do a rather generous summoning session one more time. But also, we're starting to, like, you know, it's the point in time where when the easy summons are out of the way, you realize, okay, yesterday I did 120, today I might be able to do 80, tomorrow it will probably be closer to 30, and then at some point we actually have to start saving. Oh no, not saving resources. Oh my, no, in my game? Ah, fuck. Is gear from the daily shop at 80% discount worth buying? Hell no, you're going to need the gold, trust me, you're going to need the gold. But if you want to gamble, be my guest. Like, if you, for example, have a tier 2 crit rate necklace with speed main stat, sure. But yeah, the days when we need to start saving are going to be very, very annoying. He didn't crit Silver and Blood, they quit on him. Hey, it is what it is, right? The devs decided to nuke their game. That's on them. Tis what it is. Did they go to hell? No, I think that there was a point in time where the game wasn't available for the American market for like 3 weeks in a row or something, but they continued to release characters. It might have been longer than 3 weeks actually. Yeah, shit was kind of insane. I just used standard mileage to limit break Trish for her lobby. What did I just read? I just used standard mileage to limit break Trish for her lobby. Man, that's some dedication. Holy. How did they get an SSR Arcana selector? I heard you talking about, or was it a random one? You only get random Arcana chests. I don't think there's an Arcana chest that you can just get from an event where you can dedicate and select one. Trish is the best unit though, is she now? Trish has a gooning lobby screen? I don't know. I am not familiar with her game. But that reminds me. Didn't somebody say you either unlock the lobby at 3 dupes or you unlock it at Affinity 10? That can't be true then, right? Trish, double S tier indeed? Oh wow. Yo, Frodo the Hobbit, what's up, what's up? Yes, I've seen her and I already discussed her in the latest video. I would expect her to be S tier or above. The only real question is she going to be more than just an insta-ban in PvP? Right? Is she just gonna be more? How devastating is an AoE defense decrease actually, right? Nah, Affinity 10 you can only see the animation, you can't set as your lobby. Great, so that's what I thought, but then somebody was like, oh no, there was so much public backlash and that's why they changed it. Okay, we need to make a decision here, ladies and gentlemen. Do we stay with the Yumina lobby? Or do we go back to the very beginning? Back when life was a little easier. And we got very questionable looks. I feel like we can stay here. I feel like we're very well off. I think a lot of people said this one was meant to be the best lobby in the entire game. But yeah, whatever floats people's boats. Might they enjoy it? What is this? Lobby settings, default, arc point, extra moment. What? There is a special lobby if you break through Vaults of Starlight, Ashera, or any of the bunny girls 3 total times? So there's a special lobby for the bunny girls and Vaults Ashera. Oho. Oho. You prefer Mummy Lacey? I don't have 4 Lacys, believe me or not. Somehow I didn't manage to get there 4 fucking times, bro. Okay. I'm wondering about something, just not quite sure what I'm wondering about. Oh yeah, what dailies do we need to do more? So we finished Exploration Quest, we finished Cube Palace. We did run the tower. So our tower is currently on 89 for the standard version. 89 for the standard version. Now we just gotta quickly go through the Star Tower. The perfect team. We have 2 units that are useful, and then we have Omega and Trish. Fantastic. You know what? Maybe I should have put those in the middle. You know, just so that they're more likely to get hit. But I won't even give them any screen time. I'm just gonna skip the battle and then we'll all be very happy. Well, you have 5-star vault, so let me verify this information. Sure. You're 1 special share away from that. Should we save those diamond boxes or use them to push our level all the way? You push it when you can't push story anymore. The further you are in story, the more valuable the boxes are. So you want to use them when you physically cannot make any progress anymore. I stole all your Emilys? Agreed. Oh, and also you might not want to instantly push your characters if there's like a daily reset close. Because there's a chance that just after daily reset you'd be able to like continue making a bit more progress. There's a chance for that. Okay. Tactical analysis, this should all come from the event. So let's just use up 1 level up for all of these factions. Or I guess 2 for these 2. And then for the classes, 2 as well for each. Oh. I guess a couple more for the assassins and supporters. Alright. You gave me your Emily's. Very grateful for that. Thank you very much. So, regional dispatch is back. So let's claim those. And do we redispatch? Gold, Starlight Essence, and Enhancement Stones. Why not? I don't know if there's like a better split. I feel like we should be fine. I think those are like maybe the most needed ones. You could argue potentially Ether Dust or support boxes, but I feel like this is fine. All those boxes with those class books in them, what should we choose? See, that's the thing. I haven't picked anything yet because I couldn't tell you. To some degree, it's most likely going to be account specific. At certain points, it will be better to level everything instead of just one to the max. But maybe, for example, in this case of you have, like, let's say you get yourself a Rosaria, you could then also just use all boxes to push Ranger and Shadow as high as possible. Wait, was she a Ranger? Let me check again. She could have been something else as well. Ranger. Yeah, she is in fact a Ranger. I just do Prima Arcana Summons at this point, got Max Dupe for Shara, Bunny, Char, Lazy, and Max Dupe Emily. Yeah? I mean, if you have a Max Dupe or Shara, there's no real point doing the banner anymore, right? Okay, we have 28 minutes until reset. What else do we need to do? We did the event, we did Flashpoint, we did Exploration, we did Cube, we did Tower. Cosmogate boss challenges hasn't even released yet. Awesome. What else? I did my normal gauntlet attacks. I am below the stamina cap. I feel like the last thing left open might just be the guild defense. I'm doing an even approach. The only thing not even is my main. Thus, I put it at 10 above. Yeah, I think it's more of a question for like the selection box. So, I feel like we should be able to beat stage 4 2 times. Though stage 5 is probably gonna destroy us. So, let's see. What do I want to change here about this approach? The issue, oh, you know what? Let's actually play with the second team first. Just so we know that it works. So, who's gonna be in that second team? I think this looks very deadly. So, that should be fine. Only problem is I'd have to swap some gear around. But oh well, I guess that's all I can do. So let's get to swapping. Oh, we might also have to do a quick auto journey. For Claire, that is. Yeah, we definitely have to do that. So let's do a quick Claire journey, see if we can make it happen. Only issue I can see is she's unfortunately resonance level 0. I feel like we have to fix that. 1, 2. I feel like 3 would be like the minimum that we would want. So I guess we have to spend a little bit of stamina. Let's sweep it once, see if we can get 10. 14, perfect. Okay. Let's try our hands at this journey. You got a Shara, Claire, Frey, Luna, Omega, Roberta, and Scarlet. Surely this is a good start. Looks like one. That's a lot of people in 50 summons. Alright, let's bring in a tank. Let's bring in a healer. Arcana wise, yeah, I don't have 6 leveled ones at the moment, so should be fine. Let's see how this goes. You think this game's gonna get balance changes? I mean, it does have an RTA, but I'm not too sure with how they approach that. Hey, we did the final trial, awesome. And for some reason, we also have maxed, we have B in Endurance, SB in Vitality, and only SG in Strength. Oh well. So, Starlight Guidance, I think that might have been a bit of a waste. But Sharp Assault is crit rate, this is nice. And we get ourselves, I guess, Sense of Speed. And maybe some attack. Good stuff. You can auto journeys there quickly? Yes, you can. You just gotta do one journey one time. Though this is my highest journey ever? What the fuck? Alright. I guess. So let's have a look at the power jump. We are going to go from 10,800 all the way up to 15,300. Big power, big power. Alright, so guild time. Guild defense. Stage 4. Team 2. Let's run it. Oh yeah, support. Increase crit damage by 50, increase action gauge by 30 on attack if self has buffed. That seems unnecessarily crazy. When it's weekly reset. Ooh, I mean the game launched on a Thursday. So I'd assume on Monday. Is speed good in PvE? As a main stat on pieces, yes. As a set effect, you'd rather go with crit rate or attack percent. I'm confused on who to pick from the box since you already have Lazy. You could keep it for a while, but if not, I mean, technically an additional lazy loop wouldn't be super bad. But I feel like you should just hold on to it until you know that you need a specific character. Would a Hilde be worth going for? Seems to mainly be PvP and also rather investment heavy. So we're talking not just her, but potentially 3 more dupes and most likely her Arcana as well. Why is rating 2.8 on the store game bad or good? It had a rather disastrous launch in Korea/Japan back in November, which I think where most of that comes from. Are there any uses for Omega? Honestly, I have yet not been able to bother with her to figure out if she is or isn't in fact useful. Ooh. Oh no. Going in with the blue team against the green boss, even though it's a good green team, still seems like a pretty bad idea. Not kidding. Hit at limit break 0 with Arcanas low-key nicer PvP with the 50% preemptive defense. Yeah. Okay, I guess she's also dead. Look at that damage. Mega dead. We are mega dead. Now the question is it gonna count these points? And is my entry? My entry is gone. So we should have quit earlier. Huh. Good to know. Good to know. Oh, that's a little sad. That's even less points than we could have gained if we just played the prior difficulty. Unfortunate. Looks like today is going to be a pretty depressing day in terms of results. What can you do about it? What can you do about it? If I had to press retry after defeat and then quit. Makes sense. I see, the reason why I thought I would be able to get away is because of the fact that it did say retry. But yeah, no. Logical thinking should have dictated, brother, what are you doing? Just go back in and quit. I guess we cooked our score then. Yeah, I think we missed out on like at minimum 1,000 score that would have been rather easy to get by just playing the prior difficulty. Alright, I'm gonna do something strange. I don't know if she'll be able to beat it. Not with her being Resonance 0. Oh well. So much for it being a problem that she's Resonance 0. She didn't really seem to think too much of that. You just got a pin pull. I just used purple fragrance for pull and got an SSR bell. Let's go. Big money. We got the good Arcanas? We do. We do. Or at least some overall sweet Arcanas. Still not perfect by any means. Not even perfect for just one character. But we're definitely in a happy place in general. Okay, we have 14 minutes until reset. Our attack is kind of atrocious though at 385. Then again, I don't intend her to do attack. Or a lot of attack even. Where is Guild? Here's Guild. Are there any characters that become worse with dupes? No. Alright, let's see how this one goes. Wait, what the fuck? Oh shit. Oh, that's... Oh no. Oh, so they lock gears where... Oh, fuck. Okay. It's not so good. I guess we'll see what kind of disaster happens when they all go in gearless. Yeah, keep in mind, people, while I was doing all that thing, all those things, I wasn't really paying attention to chat, right? Reason being, I was reading a lot of stuff, clicking a lot of things, doing a lot of menus. I can't quite do those with my eyes closed, can I? That's a bit much if everyone's just starting out. True, but what should I have done? Unlock the guild mode in a week from now? Instead? Would you go back? What do you mean, would you go back? It's not like I left, like, what the hell? Was a good goal for rerolling? 1 or 2 Asheras and 1 or 2 other... You know what? I think I have it as a text. Do I? Let me... see if I can find it. There you go. You want 1 to 2 Asheras and 1 to 2 SS/S tiers. And yes, I will pin the message now. Whee. Okay, let's head over to YouTube. Pin this. And then let's go over to Twitch. We failed. 2,700. That's lower than what we would get if we just play a worse difficulty. So I guess that's what we do. Alright, so today's just a fuck up, I guess. At least I learned something from it. At least I learned something from it. So we retry and then we quit. And then we just go back down to difficulty 3. Do we have any spots in any of the guilds? I don't think so. The guilds really aren't leveling up that fast. We are still only on 25 spots after starting the day with 20. How about you just perform good in a guild defense, and then we will definitely have to do like make new spaces and reorganize and whatnot after this guild defense ends, because the thing is, with guild defense active, you cannot kick anyone. You cannot remove anybody from the guild. So until guild defense ends, there's nothing we can do. Oh wait, Bunny Girl Claire is good. I guess I gotta spend more on her. I don't know. You do have to run her with Bunny Girl Frey, or I guess Noble Princess Frey, how the in-game section decides to call her. My goal was hit and then anybody else, and then I got Waltz and the bunnies right after. Good stuff. Sobaridu 244, what's up, what's up? Would love to join one of the guilds. Yeah, unfortunately, only really possible or only really realistic after the guild defense ends. And then outside of guild defense, I mean, we might level up and get another space, but I feel like you're better off just playing in a guild for the next few days. Bunny shot is OP with Ashera due to her getting 2 basics attacks, proccing Ashera's passive twice. See, now we're getting somewhere, right? Now we're getting somewhere. Big mega super heal synergy. What's the difference between Bunny Girl, Charlotte, and Charlotte? They're 2 completely different characters. They're two completely different things. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's how you can think of it for the most part. I'm 6th in my own guild. Embarrassing. Do you recommend getting Yumina dupes? I don't think I do. I don't think I'd recommend that. At least, I cannot confidently say that you're going to get something that's worth your precious summon resources, because general consensus seems to be you have to like her a lot, or you have to be a little insane to just no brain it like that. I remember now, I think we had that chest actually on Yumina. No, not quite. I guess I've forgotten in fact instead of remembered. Okay, so everybody else is almost back in working order. Now that we had to remove the gear because it gets locked for some forsaken reason. There we go. Alright, we're back to where we were before. How many months? What do you mean to catch? I mean, to a degree you could say you'll never catch up. But by the time you reach level 200... Or in general, for the parts where it matters outside of just flat out normal arena, it's never gonna affect you. Like, you can play RTA from day one with having units at level 200. Even if somebody wails or levels past 200, they're still gonna end up in the same space, and that is at level 200 in these pieces of content. Any real ranking content will always reduce your units down to level 200. So yeah, where it really matters, you are as caught up as can be, but when it comes to story progression and whatnot, obviously there's always going to be a difference. What should be the first priority for level 6 guilds? Popular characters and characters that get skill cooldowns on level 6. So somebody like, for example, think a Shara Volt's getting a ult cooldown on her. Yeah, pretty much. Somebody like a Shara Volt's getting ult cooldown. And anything cooldown, right? Anything cooldown is pretty easy, pretty useful to chase. Like, for example, here you see we have level 6 cooldown by 1 and level 6 cooldown by 1. Damn, RTA at gold rank is draft mode. Oh, so before that it isn't. Interesting. Yeah, I thought it would be from the very beginning, actually. No. I think you should listen to him. He probably speaks the truth, because when you click on RTA for the first time, it does tell you to choose your formation. So, ranked match formation. Right? Why would that be the case if you would instantly non-draft, right? Then after getting the reroll goal, is there a superior banner to summon on? Still the same banner you've been rerolling on. Because this banner just has the best rates for the most appreciable characters. Because on the other hand, while you are easier to get the featured character on the collab banners, you will have a harder time getting the other ones. You never see RTA with no draft? Are you already in gold? I have no idea. Like, it's all about the rank, right? Did I find out the best auto journey settings yet? Not yet fully down to... But I have my own method that I go by. Whatever is the main stat, I go with 5. Whatever is the secondary stat, I go with 3. And whatever is the third stat, I go with 1. That seems to work out decently well. That's new? Oh, I mean, I guess that's new, but also think about it like this. If your account is new, if your account isn't built out and you don't have 10 units built at the same time, but you still want to enjoy the game mode, it would be better this way for the beginning, don't you think? Manual is way better. Manual is way better. Let's see. What are we looking at? But yeah, obviously, if you have the time, manualing all for your characters is definitely better. But I feel like it only really starts to make sense either to break into hard journey or when, obviously, you have the time to do it. Is it just a recommended power? It's just a recommended power. As far as we can tell, it doesn't really do anything to your stats when you're below power. But I feel like there might be some... no, honestly, I'm not too sure, but there could be some hidden penalties. What would be the min invest for Hild? I think Hild is like, you want to go to 4 copies, like full duped, and then preferably her Arcana as well. Is RTA all skill then? Pretty much yes. RTA is pretty much all skill, but keep in mind, if the enemy is just has better gear than you, or like just a better built character with a better journey, then tough luck, right? Like, it depends on how different the account state is. Because keep in mind, gear, journey, dupes, right? They all still at least play a certain role. Basically, the longer the game goes on, the more skill-based RTA becomes. Give it like a week, 2, 3, 4. Maybe something like that. Alright, happy daily reset everyone, I think. So let's close the game. Log back in. And good stuff. PvP max limit broken hilt you can only beat with another team that also has a max limit broken hilt, because otherwise she's way too tanky. Yeah, maybe. It should be reset time already, yes. That's why we're restarting the game. Woo! You're excited for what's to come? I mean, so much is already there, right? There's no tank shredder in this game. Might just be Rosaria that comes in because she'll apply AoE defense pen. But Bunny Girl Charlotte also has inbuilt defense pen. Or I guess one of them does defense reduction, the other one actually does defense pen. Not quite the same thing. Okay, summon time, people. This will be, I think, one of the last few big sessions. Because our income in summons and resources should drastically lower itself. Because we won't be able to beat 100 chapters a day anymore. Or 100 sectors even. So let's see. Let's have a look at the rewards. Let's have a look at the events and see how much we are actually standing to gain. Okay, so special missions. We did what we needed to do. If I wanted to do these daily missions so we can do more summons, I need to summon one time, which would work. I could also purchase something from the Apocalypse shop, which is easy because there's always a free pack, which makes sense. What else do I need to do? Hunt quest, Cube Palace, Gauntlet, Journey, Willpower consumption. So I need 120 more. How do I get that as fast as possible? We could run the hunt 5 times. Do 1 journey and then 1 summon. That would work. Or we could just do exploration 5 times as well. Okay, so we do have enough stamina to do it right here. No gold T2 gear. Unfortunate. But what can you do about it? And then exploration missions should be here. I think chapter 7 is good enough. So let's do 3 sweeps here. And then just get 1 instance of stamina. To do 2. Okay. Then the other one was Gauntlet, right? So we just need to use a key. 22 minutes. I mean, I think we'll be fine. And then this should give us an additional key. What were the other requirements? We should be close to finishing this. What should you use the observation report on? At minimum, get yourself the new break skill. And then past that, you really gotta wonder, are you willing to gamble? Or should you rather hold for until you know what you really need to do with it, right? Okay, so this is 30, 60, 120, 150. Hey, awesome. We finished this. That's great. So 1,500 here. So we now have 2,500. And we can use this to buy 2 Arcana tickets. And then here we can buy 10 Arcana tickets. And then here I can buy 2 more. So we're now on 25. Sweet. Okay, so that was the hard part. Now we get 100 gems and some level up materials. Here we get 10 Arcana summons, 5 premiums. Sweet. This one I have yet to collect. Endless Corridor. What does this give? A bunch of T1 gear for doing the tower. Okay. Some summon pick envelopes. Some resources. Some more Arcana tickets. Okay. Alright. Oh, tier 2 gear once you beat chapter 90. Can you select? Oh, you can select. Damn, so the tower might just be one of the fastest way to get tier 2 gear, huh? One of the fastest ways. Alright. Here we have all of this luckily already also done, which gives us 100 of these ones. This one we also all have done, which is some nice resource. Oh, not quite. We need gear crafting. Okay. I am 160 points across 3 banners without an SSR. Ouch. Ouch. I'm too deep to reroll. Yeah. At that point, you just gotta hope or wait for it to turn around, you know? Just gotta wait for it to turn around. Alright, let's craft our very first tier 2 piece. This one should be pretty safe, because we're guaranteed to get a weapon, glove, armor, or boot, which is always fixed to work, at least main stat wise. So let's see, what's this? Yeah, I don't know if I use this one, but at least we crafted a piece of gear. Standard versus specialist. Standard should just be, you could get everything, and special, like standard slash special is just armor versus necklace and ring. Yeah. Oh, we're already almost done with the dailies. Hiya. And this one here. Okay, so much to click. Alright. Let's continue with our collection of rewards, which is gear crafting, then 10 summons for both, which is sweet. I don't really know if I'm looking forward to actually getting Frey as a reward. But hey, all these summons here, I think this is 140 summons for both banners if you combine them, which is pretty nice. 3 more Arcana summons, say less. 3 more selection chests. And then we should basically almost be done with the clicky for now. Yeah. Okay, let's get ourselves the Arcana summon tickets from the selectors. Perfection. Alright. Is this game worth a try? Sure. Try it for a day, see how you feel about it. If you don't like it, drop it. Hello everyone. Can someone help me if there's a way to find a meta team or a good team to build for the moment? Alright, so team building. Before we go into the summons, sure, let's break it down. Is Hild a must for RTA? Probably not. If she really would be a must, just ban her, right? Alright, so let's talk team building. General idea is the characters you have on the left and on the right are 20% likely to get hit. The characters you have in the middle or in the front section are the ones that are 80% likely to get hit. If you have a tank, the tank is the most likely to get hit. So your general split is you want yourself a healer. In 90% of cases, you end up going with a Shara. She's also super easy to get and the reroll target, at least in comparison to what you're used to like a super dedicated character. So you want to get yourself an Ashara as your healer. And then the rest of the team looks something like this. Buffer slash debuffer. Something along those lines. So like a buffer, debuffer, mixed DPS, sub DPS, maybe second DPS. That's for this slot. Here you want somebody that can take a hit. In most cases it's going to be Emily. But it could also be another DPS or characters that benefit from getting hit. And then on the right side, you want to go with your main DPS, whoever that might be. So, for example, Yumina, somebody like a Flare, somebody like... See, one of the most standard and one of the most successful teams looks like this. Like, if you just want a team that pretty much, for the most part, a lot of people are just straight up using, it looks like this. This is probably about as close as you're going to get to a quote-unquote meta team. How do you unlock the other break skill? You need to watch the main story until chapter 3-7, then you go into the gacha shop, and then you use your observation tickets to buy 50 break skill tickets, and with that you can unlock the skill. How to unlock Composer's response and journey? I'm not too sure, but it might have to do with leveling up your Arcanas. That would be like my first thought just on the little clues that we've been given from your message, but I might also just not entirely remember the exact name of what you're talking about. You have an account with Lacey, Emily, Bunny Girl, Claire, Bunny Girl, Charlotte, but no dress or Shara, should you keep it? Yeah, sure. You just have to make sure that you get her later. Like, you don't need her straight away, but by like day 2, day 3, by the end of week 1, you probably want her twice already. If you bought something else instead of break skill points, you're cooked unless you pull more. I mean, if you currently have no points, it's not that expensive. You need 300 of the tickets. You need 300 of the tickets, which you're just going to get by putting on the standard banner, right? It's these ones. So it's these tickets, and then you're just gonna go down to break skill support plan and buy this one 5 times, right? You have 70 only, you get more. I mean, daily reset just happened 12 minutes ago. You should be able to do a lot of summons. There's a discount, you don't need all 300. I mean, that's how I did it. To get the 50. Maybe there's another way to get them, but that's how I did it. Alright. So, we have 58 Arcana tickets. Pretty nice. Kind of makes me wonder, can I get 2 more somehow? Maybe, you know? So, alright. 58 Arcanas. Buy the discount one on top in the same shop. Oh shit. I guess I'm then just blind. Makes a lot of sense. So Apocalypse shop. And then observation. I mean, if they're not on sale, then obviously you can't buy them. Right? Like, unless the break skill support plan is on sale, you can't buy them. Like, where do you use the break tickets? Tactical analysis. You go to tactical analysis, and then you head down to break skill, and there you can just go to cube overload, and then you can spend 50 of the tickets to unlock it at level 1. GG's, after 2 days of rerolls, you got 4 ashes. Oh my. Oh my. Darky Shore, congrats, you woke up in hell. Yeah, things are gonna get tight, because if you want to get the other top tier characters, pulling them from the other banners is going to be a lot more difficult than getting them from the Ashera banner. But who knows, maybe your luck will continue and you'll just destroy everyone. So, 58 tickets on standard, 77 on standard savior. And we could do some summons on this banner. Alright, let's see how it goes. Break skill level makes a huge difference? I don't think so. Oh wow, what a start. Break skill level is like... For Omega is how much does she heal? For the damaging ones is how much do they deal damage. It's not that relevant. Alright. What am I looking for? Bunny Girl Frey. If I can get the Bunny Girl Frey Arcana, I'd be in heaven. Okay. That's a dupe. And I mean, that's alrighty-ish. We have the ability to grant a skill called Token to our casters, which would allow them to deal 10% more damage and take 10% less, but only once they drop below 50% and only one time per battle. That is way too specific to be good. Or to like be considered generally good. On the other hand, this puts a smile on my face. Alright, let's see. This is the wrong one. This is the wrong bunny girl. Shit. Alright, let's check out what it does. It's again a dupe. We already have it. What this could do for us is chain damage with the basic skill if the target's toughness is broken. So again, very situational and a little unfortunate. But this puts a smile on my face. Yes! That's a hit! That's a hit if I've ever seen one. Good shit. We now have universal support with 8% attack boost. Let's go! Big money. We actually got a good one. Is it a game or its weapon? This is what you would quote unquote call the... You could call this character passives that you can pull. Alright, we still have 2 more 10 pulls. You know, all things have to come to an end eventually. 3 in a row is, I guess, already criminal enough. Alright, so 3 and 50. I think we can live with this. I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be fine. Now, the only problem is this shit's gonna be expensive to level up. So I guess we better do it straight away. So that, we better do it straight away so that we don't run out of resources and forget to do it. Alright, great. So that makes my selector... I still have an Arcana selector in my inventory. And that makes my selector choice a lot more manageable. Now that we've got another one. So... let's level up. Let's sort by level, please. Thank you. Let's level up. Where is it? Our shiniest new gain. There we go. 575,000 down the drain. See you never again, cash. Okay, we now have... these are our current Arcanas that I actually use. So... we have a double Petra for 18% crit rate. We have Emily for the tank effect, where we get additional points every 2 turns to use the Nova skill. We have a caster exclusive, where whenever we use a caster, so popular casters would be Bunny Girl, Frey and Muriel. When we use those, they can get upwards of 30% crit damage. We have the Yumina exclusive. The only reason why I have that is because I'm mentally a little insane. Because it only works on Yumina, like, period. That's the only thing it does. And, yeah. That's the only thing it does. But that's why we have it. And we have no pain, no gain for 6% crit, 6% attack, which is pretty sweet. And then our final newest edition, Under the Glass Moon, Over the Pavilion. Ooh. Did you find out if leveling Arcanas past 35 is useful? I mean, it is useful, but I still don't know how useful. I think you get like a higher training effectiveness, some additional stats, but maybe going to like 40 or 45 is actually a lot more beneficial. I don't know. Alright. So... Oh, you know what? We can also do a random Arcana box after these summons. Awesome. I feel like I'm still at the point where the random Arcana box could get me something crazy, but I will reconsider based on us checking the how many do we have, how many do we need, right? But it's 70 standards time. Alright. Nope, nothing. Let's do another one. Whoever said Omega praying, if this is an Omega, you're getting a timeout. You know the deal, right? You know what you're doing. You know what you're playing. You know what? You know what? Fuck that. We might actually ban you for a day. Because you were here yesterday. You cursed us with an Omega. It did actually end up being an Omega. You know that you're playing with fire. You better hope this ain't no Omega. You know what? This isn't really any better than Omega, but at least you're safe. Why do I have her so many times? Like, what you mean, Hog Rider? Wait. I got her 4 times? Why? There's nothing there. There's nothing I can see of value. She is my second ever max duped SSR? No, my third. Emily obviously came home way too much. Yumina, she was way too painful. Don't ask how much it took to get her. But yeah. Fucking Harley. With her boar Harley. Alright. She'd be useful in PvP. Uh-huh. Alright, sure. Maybe. Stepsister of Omega, is that true? I hope not. Alright, let's do another one. Alright. Nope. Next one! Nope. Just trying to make sure, you know, that there isn't a random gold star popping up, just in case. How much do you upgrade T1 before going to T2? You upgrade T1 so long until you're able to either beat... Nice. Until you're either able to double, maybe? Okay, is it instantly? No. So, you upgrade T1 until you're either able to beat Tower Stage 90 or Chapter 436. Because that's when you unlock Tier 2. However much gear you need to be able to upgrade and beat that stage. That's the kind of like the recommendation. Girl of Kotodama. Good for her. Okay. Another Lydia. Lydia, aren't you meant to be rare? Like, looking at the rates, aren't you an SSR that's, you know, light element and stuff? And there's only 6 of them. It could have been Lacey, could have been Ashera, could have been Sarah, could have been Luna. But I think this is my third. I think this might be my third. Yeah, look. Why am I hunting all the flat-chested children? That can't be right. That can't be right. Something's off here. Why do I have so many Omegas? Lilies? Lydias? And Harleys? Something can't be right here. Like, something seems to be a little suspicious. It's getting a little too noticeable. Something ain't right. It's a disturbance in the force. I can feel it. FBI open up. I swear I'm not playing these characters, even if I do have them. But back to back might just change our outlook on this entire summoning session. Come on. Please get me out of lowly jail. It is so lonely in there. Hey! It's another dark unit. Nice. We got a big booby elf. Ah! Oh, I now know where I know her from. Let me show you. If we go to Elisa, wherever she is. Here we go. I now remember where I saw this before. So this is her. And where you find her is if you go into your Arcanas and the game just happens to give you 2 of the most sus one in existence. Let's see if we can find it. There we go. Perfect. So yeah, I knew I saw her before. Ban-worthy in PvP, honestly. Hey, that's a W, I think. Right? Do you have a guild I can join, streamer guy? We have 3 guilds called Mountaintop, Mountain Bottom, and Mountainside. But all of them might be full, but there might be some spaces in there. When it comes to like guild joining, we definitely do like a big cleansing and whatnot once this ends. So once the guild defense ends, because you cannot kick or remove members or move members while a guild defense is active. Show the perspective from her when you limit break her. Oh, so it's this type of stream, huh? Let's have a look. Can anybody see her lower body? I only see 2 mountains. I'm not too sure why though. Must be a graphical mistake. Then again, what is more memorable, right? That or this? I feel like Lacey still clears to some degree. But it also looks like there's like a warning level 10 thunderstorm going outside. Alright, we still have a couple summons left, which is awesome. So let's do the tenor. And it's nothing. Unless it's still nothing. Okay, now for something that I don't really recommend you do. So yesterday we had this discussion on how you can only get paid gems if you buy the gem bundles or the monthly passes. If you really are that desperate, then you would go with the 1950 paid and then you'd buy like a monthly gem pass. But the entire reason for this is we're gonna do the standard guaranteed observation Arcana summon just to see if we can get like a top tier Arcana. Don't do this. Like, whoever does this, you're just scamming yourself. That's one way to get your very first fake out animation ever. By pulling on a guaranteed banner that doesn't have a gold. Something ain't right here. I feel like Something's in the bush, you know? Something tells me that this is a fake out. I just can't quite put my finger on it, you know? There we go. At the very last. Who's it gonna be? What do you mean by that? What do you mean, an unseen place? What do you mean by that? Can you elaborate? Use this one. Oh, we didn't even check what it does. We didn't even check what it does. Maybe we should do that. Let's have a look. Ah! So it's that bad they didn't even bother translating it. Aha! So we went from average into complete garbage. Nobody cares about it, which is why it's untranslated. Alright, let's see what it does. Restores self HP if HP is 25% or below after being attacked. The recovery is proportional to your self HP and it only occurs once every 2 turns. It doesn't sound infinitely horrendous. I guess the only real problem here is it's HP restoration on a effectiveness main focus. And also the condition seems very, very tight. It's so bad. I mean, if you compare it to an SR, it's probably better, right? Okay, let's see if our friends went to work and already sent us a couple gemsies. They did. Okay, very first friendship 10x since launch of the game. Friendship 10x should always be done on Arcanas. And look at those rates. 2%. We can actually hit something here. Let's go. Ah, yikes. We could have though. I guess no power of friendship. We still have one more thing to do. And that is we have in the special observation, no, in the observation records. Okay, gentlemen, we need to make a smart decision here, okay? Do we rather just wait and buy a copy of something that's useful, or do we gamble? What can I still get? What do I need to get? Charlotte, obviously, is what we're missing. Moment of Rest dupe would be fine. Under the Glass Moon dupe would be fine. Muriel dupe would be fine. Petra dupe would be fine. Lacey we already have. So technically there's only 2 hits in here. The As Cute as Kyra for Assassins. And the Knight's Oath support effect. I think that's it. I mean, what does this one do? Grand save crit rate up. Yeah. That is only for dupe, or I get the Arcana if I don't have it. These ones are only dupes. These ones are only dupes and they change on the daily. We are WG lucky. Ah, you convinced me, bro. You are very good at convincing people. It took you so much. Like, your argument was so great that you are actually at fault for this. Thank you. Mr. Ababa674. I salute you. Thank you very much, man. I greatly appreciate your support. You've always been a very valued member of this channel. And yeah, I think with that we can do the final selector, pick up the last missing top tier Arcana, which would be the assassin one. And then we just need to figure out how we get better other Arcanas. Booyah. Before I do this though, let's reference, because it is a selector. It is pretty hard to get. So let's see. All right. So we have this one. Can't get this one. Can't have this one. Have this one. Oh shit. Look at this. Did we all get screwed by RNG? Are you meant to keep Petra at level 34 for some reason? Very interesting. Very interesting. Alright. Oh well, what can I do? I already leveled her up. But yeah, so let's check. We have this one, can't get this one, have this one, have this one, have this one, could pick this one, have this one, can't get, have. We need to get this, right? But we need to summon for it. This is the battle pass. Have this one. I'm not gonna pick this one, not gonna pick this one, not gonna pick this one, not gonna pick any of these ones. Yeah. Yes, because level 35 gives more chance to get the useless one. I mean, she's level 40. I think that's fine, right? Having an actual dupe should be a good of enough reason to justify going one more. You know what? Do I wait with this? I could wait. Let me check. I feel like we are going to do some premium Arcana summons just to see what we get. Because we both need the Ashera one and we need the Bunny Girl Frey one. I just need to make sure that the Kyra one isn't in there. It's not. So I wouldn't even be able to get it. Alright, so yeah, it should be the smartest pick then. Whee! Where are we looking for? Here we go. And ta-da. Up to 30 speed for Assassin. You know what? I just scared myself senseless. And that is because it showed the fist effect. And I thought for some reason that it would have to show Assassin instead. So I just thought I misclicked or like did something wrong. But luckily we did not. Is Hild worth gacha, guys? Only if you have the currency to gacha make her happen to probably max copies and get her Arcana and then play her in RTA/PvP. But then yes. Otherwise, no. Okay. So a video added today, once you get to normal difficulty in Journey, it's better to do manual. Obviously, it is better, but keep in mind, it's very time consuming. Like, I've only done one normal journey, and I still need to play Tower, I still need to play this, and this, and this, and that, and here, and there. Okay, we don't have like a crap ton of resources, but we're going to go for one. We're going to go for one SSR on the Arcana special featured. And then after that, I don't know what we're gonna do. We're gonna figure it out. Let's see how long it takes us to get one. Alright. There we go. Sweet. You know, I only ever summoned one SSR on that banner. And you know what it took me? 50. So hitting in 20 is actually a bit of a relief right now. Alright. Let's see what it is. Ashera would be awesome. But Bunny Girl Frey would by far be the biggest pull we could get.
しいもの。このチョコレートがどこからどう見ても一品でしょ。何せ私が作ったのですから。
What the fuck? Somebody pinch me. Are we awake? Holy shit! Let's go! That is insane. Like, that is straight up insanity. I mean, let's do the math here. So if there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different ones, and this one is 50%, that means it's technically the same again. So a 1 in 16, huh? Damn. Our Arcanas went from, oh well, it's pretty good, to we're done. In one summoning sessions, our Arcanas basically went from, oh well, could be a little better, to, alright, checks out, we're done. That is kinda nasty. That is kinda nasty. We won the game already. Yeah, I don't know. The only thing we now need is like the Ashara one. But that one is on raid up on her own banner, so that shouldn't be too difficult. Right? Like, damn. You know, how, so we got a Knights of Charlotte from the random for 200, and we just got a Bunny Girl Frey. And before that, we got the A Silent Night Under the Moon as well. Alright. So, A Silent Night Under the Moon from the standard banner. A Cute as Kyra is what we gain ourselves from the selector. And, yeah, Bunny Girl Frey is what we just pulled from the fucking standard banner, from the premium banner. Utter insanity. I mean, gosh damn. Is that Arcana? Let me see. Is that Ashara Arcana banner worth it if you already have the Ashara Arcana? Honestly, not as much. Like, the main reason why this banner is so desirable to a degree, you could say, is because of Bunny Girl Frey. I guess the only big one we're missing is what? Bunny Girl Claire. So let's check out the database. We have, yeah, like, these are the only effects we're missing, I think, that are like really impactful. So they're gonna be respectively, we are missing the ability to get 6% health, 6% crit, right? 6% health, 6% crit is pretty good, right? It's kind of like the counter to Lacey, right? No pain, no gain. But also the max HP talent. So that's why Bunny Girl Claire is that good. And then obviously Ashara would be just straight up the best in slot for any like health-based unit, right? What the person in the journey guide said is when you miss out on a lot of power post-journey boost and potential when you don't play manually, you get worse results with quick journey. You do get worse results, but wanna know something else? You can play the journey once you are at hard mode. Like, if you can make it to hard mode, that's awesome. Because ain't nobody has time to, in the first 2 days, spend 4 hours in a row journeying just to build 4 characters, right? And also keep in mind, the moment you get an SSR Arcana that is useful for a character, the moment that happens, the moment you get an SSR Arcana that's useful for a character, boom, you can do the journey again, right? Thank you, I saw hitting you good Arcanas made me summon. You got a Lacey and a Shara Arcana. Hey, holy shit, congrats. Should you get Bunny Charlotte or Emily from the selector? Ooh, both are really good. Both are really good. Yeah. Guess you can journey everyone now. Guess we could journey everyone now, yes. Should we be unnecessarily greedy and try to hit Bunny Girl Claire as well? But honestly, if you look at these raids, Ashera is awesome, A Quiet Moment of Rest is good, Bunny Girl is great, and Masterpiece is great. These here are not as crazy. We are now Giga Lucky, we should abuse it. I feel like we are Giga Lucky and we're going to get abused back from the game for even thinking we should attempt it. Wait, could we just use the pity currency to guarantee ourselves Bunny Girl Claire? I guess we could, but I think that's a pretty stupid idea. But is it there? It is. So we could hypothetically do 20 and guarantee it. I don't know about that. We are on a streak. You just want to see me burn some resources because you think that's funny. You're not wrong. But alright, let's see what y'all made me do. There's something, and that's called the point where you stop, you know? Because usually your luck goes like this. There's peaks and there's valleys. See, this is kind of the idea of, imagine we now went to the casino and we won, but now we put all our earnings back in, and the only thing we got is we got shafted. That is about the equivalent of what just happened. Oh well. Yeah. It is what it is. It is what it is, boys. It is what it is. You only lose if I stop now. What you mean if I stop now? I don't have anything. Like, I don't know what kind of fantasy you have in your head, but we don't have anything. How do you get Cube Overlord? Tactical analysis. Tactical analysis, break skill, Cube Overload, and you get yourself break skill support plan. And where you can get them, you can buy them in the Apocalypse shop for 300 SR/SSR pulled currency down here. There you go. Somebody said you only lose if you stop gambling, right? No, are you too late to play this game? Nah. The game released like 3 days ago. You're still about as far as everybody else for the most part, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. I just saw we have a bit more event currency, so there's actually a little bit more we can do. We have some random selectors, and we can get a couple more Arcana tickets. So we're not quite fully out yet. But we're close, we're close. Alright, let's see. Okay. 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 If for some reason this ends up being Bunny Girl Flare, you are allowed to ask the devs to investigate my account, okay? We have ourselves a deal. If this on the standard banner ends up being Bunny Girl Claire, you are allowed to send in tickets to the devs and ask them to investigate, alright? But only if it does. If it doesn't, you can't. Regardless of the outcome, it has to be this one specific Arcana, okay?
そこの紳士の方、もしよろしければ私と一度踊ってくださらない？
See, I'm safe, but I don't know if you're more or less happy with this. Alright, so we're now missing only a singular good Arcana. And that all just in the span of a day. How did that happen? I don't know. I am not too sure. I mean, y'all were here when I showed you my Arcanas before, right? I mean, you were here when I showed you my Arcanas before. We didn't have all of these. Okay, so in the span of in the span of 50 minutes, we went from Petra, Lacey, Yumina, Muriel, and Emily to a Charlotte, Bunny Girl Frey, Lynn, Ashera, and Kyra. Yeah, maybe y'all were correct. We are on a lucky train, so we might as well continue. Okay. So this is it. This is the last thing we have. We have 1 guaranteed SSR and 4 attempts at an SSR. This is about it. After that, we need to continue progressing.
はじめまして。モナスティル広告騎士団の副団長カルメンです。これからお互いの理解を深め合ってまいりましょう。
I gotta pay my taxes somewhere, right? I gotta pay my taxes somewhere.
こんにちは。
Okay, Clarissa.
超がつく天才。
Naru.
ペトラ組合の班長。
Marcel. Final one, 10%.
おっと。
Anna. Alright, so I think we paid a little bit of our taxes back. Still not enough to like consider us even, but there we go. You will have to redo all journey on manual. You know what? I feel like I want to unlock hard journey first. Like, call me crazy, but I'm going to try to unlock hard journey first before I do that. Yeah. I don't think I want to go through all of this. I can do auto journeys with the new Arcanas. That I can allow. Us doing quick auto journeys with them. But you're not gonna see me sit here and do this thing manual. No chance. No chance. There are no coupon codes as far as I can tell. Most of the quote-unquote coupons just come from this down here. The hot and heavy, the hot and new section. Where you just, you know, collect your missions and get your rewards that way. How do you do that unlocking the hard mode? We would need to beat chapter 18. Yeah, sounds like a lot. But luckily we are already at 15 and a half. So it's not too far. From what I've seen from looking at Mega Giga Ultra Whales, it's around level 140. Once all your units are around level 140, that's when you can hypothetically get hard journey. And if you're wondering how do you do that, how do you spy on the mega giga whales, you check out the strategy battle rankings and you look at this guy. So this guy, I mean, it says it in the description, right? He is a quote-unquote whale. He is on Tower 199. He's on Chapter 2132. And all his units are level 190. Yeah. Yeah. Tens of thousands. Not entirely sure of the complete ballpark, but I'd assume we've already broken 5 digits. Quite reliably. Mr. Kami, which I think translates to God, he should be in the 5 digits. What is this? What are Arcana points? Oh, so you increase the stats of the Arcana section when you level up Arcanas? Uh-huh. Okay. But look, there's even points for rare and SR ones. The real question is, who the fuck is meant to be able to afford all of this? Kami is Poseidon. I mean, he's Cthulhu. He's the mythical creature from the depths of hell. That's who he is. You wonder how it's like? I don't know. I guess we're wondering this together, how that's like. But yeah, this is my server. Oh, give me your groups. Just for fun. Let's compare. How many of you are in the same group I am? And how many, and like, what's the highest group number we can find? And what's the lowest? Probably 1, right? So, go into your ranking in-game and check out what it says for your group. I think this is what yeah, kind of like ranks you together with other people in terms of progression rewards. Okay, so we have a group 3, we have a group 48, a group 33, a group 29, a group 22, a group 96, a group 96 sounds like a lot, a group 17, a group 44, 126, 22, 11, 105, group 6, group 86, group 31, 69. Shout out to you. Hey, somebody from group 2. Hey, we also have someone from group 1. Whoa, that's insane. But do we have anybody from 12? Do we have a singular player in chat right now from us 500 people that is in the same group I am? Do we have a singular group 12? Because the highest I've seen so far looks to be 126 and the lowest seems to be number 1. But do we have a singular group 12? That's the question. They're probably hiding. Maybe. Group 67. 67. Oh no. 49. Wait, I wasn't asking for your age, awkward. I'm 49. Nah, just kidding. Number 1. That's kind of a flex being in group 1. Where do you see what group you are? It says it in the bottom left. When you go to ranking, you find it right here. So you go into your account, you go then to the ranking section, and then you see it in the bottom left. But you also see it when you go into any ranking. It says it in the top right. Here it says like group 12. Hey, group 12! Amnai! What's up, my guy? Welcome to the best group ever. It's a group dominated by, I think, 3 people. Jabami, Art of Shred, and Alice is Dead. I think those 3 are the biggest enjoyers. Yeah. Those 3 are by far the biggest enjoyers. Wait, that's you? Damn. Hey yo, can you quit? Can you quit so I can get the rank 1 reward? Nah, just kidding. But hey, whenever you need a guild, right? We group 12 people have to stick together, right? You know, when you need a guild, wink wink, I always have a space for you. I can even give you guild lead. Okay, wait, maybe I can give you officer. No, but I wouldn't mind chilling in one guild together. I feel like that sounds kind of fun. But who knows, maybe loyalists are the true ones. Then again, can you call yourself a loyalist if you leave the guild? So maybe you're now forever trapped in the guild, because if you aren't, then that would clearly be a problem, right? You want to join the guild once the defense is over? No problem. Consider yourself recruited. Thank you very much, man. Consider yourself recruited. No problem. No problem. Just gotta make sure we remember the stuff. Now that's an interesting coincidence, isn't it? But there you go. Friend request and then good stuff. Why I left you? What? Which game? Bro, just got a random whale? I gotta collect them like Pokemon, you know? Okay. It's been an hour since reset. It's time we start, get off our ass and actually make progress, right? So, step number 1. Start making about as as ridiculous as a auto journey as possible due to us somehow having stumbled into quite a bit of a situation, you could say. So let's get ourselves a bit of vitality here. I mean, let's try it like this. If this works, big strength, big vitality. Okay. Now let's think about this. Ayo, I'm number 1 in 15. Can I be invited too? Yeah, sure. I don't mind at all. Keep in mind the guild is called Mountaintop for a reason. I have no trouble collecting all the top 1s, top 2s, top 3s from various servers. It would be my pleasure. It would be my pleasure. If you really want to like log in or whatever, then join the Discord in the description below and you can send me a DM so I don't forget about it. Because it can be a little forgetful sometimes. But yeah, in 3 days when guild defense resets, sure. If WG recruited you for World War 3, you'd go? Yeah, but we'd have to go together. I'm not really too interested in getting shot, you know? Not too interested in getting shot. Alright. Let's think about this. Let's talk about this. This is a no-brainer. Crit rate support, sign me up. Speed also should be easy. Her exclusive artifact should be easy as well. Maybe not. Let's think about the exclusive later. Bunny Girl Frey should be crit damage, right? Yeah, crit damage. So that seems like a good one. Attack and crit rate is pretty smart. And then for the final slot, we either go with the exclusive effect or we go with 8% attack. The exclusive effect would be this. Whenever we crit with a basic, we do chain damage. But maybe we'd be better off going with more attack. Now, what of these is the weakest link? In normal journey, can you get A's? Maybe you can get like a B+, but I feel like anything 7,000 and beyond is probably reserved for hard mode. 07 to all the free-to-plays who joined the mountain. No, don't you worry about it. There's always space for more people because we can always make more guilds if we feel like it. But I feel like Mountain Top at least should be worthy of its name, right? You're a Mina player, we gotta do her card. Yeah, but then what is the weakest link? Okay, I am going to give you the effects and y'all tell me what you think is the weakest link. 18% crit, 8 speed, 12 crit damage, 6 attack, 6 crit, or 8 attack. Which one of those? Which one of those is the weakest link when we then actually use the exclusive one? Maybe the 8 speed? But speed is pretty good. The 8% attack one, my thought process behind the 8% attack, call me crazy, but the reason why that would be is, look at the bleeds, right? The way bleeds work is they do damage proportional to the caster's attack. So if we have more attack, then the bleed should do more damage, right? Right? That should be smart. Could I check Discord? Maybe. I do have a message request. Alright. I saw it. But you don't play attack percent set to begin with. True. So I pick her either or, huh? Now you know what the problem is, this doesn't really help. So, what are we doing, ladies and gentlemen? Huh? Which one goes? The crit damage one maybe? Because it also gives health. But I feel like the speed one would make a little bit more sense because the speed one is also main focus speed. Main focus health, but no, yeah. I get fuck. I guess then the attack one, alright. Alright, attack one it is. So, what do we have? 18 attack, 18 crit, then 8 speed, then 12 crit damage, then 6% attack, 6 speed. 6% attack, 6 crit. Seems good. Let speed go, it's PvE anyway. Don't you mean it's PvP you mean like we'd rather go for the speed of PvE? Yeah, speed? Yeah. I mean, it would be the full offensive package if we went like this instead. Alright, let's see. So, let's do like 5-5-3 with double focus. Yeah, we can redo on hard later, I guess. Exactly. Keep in mind, we're also only doing autos because I can't be asked. Can't be asked to like fully run a journey. Unless obviously we are unable to buy all the passives. Then things are a little different. S attack. A in vitality. C in focus. That seems a lot worse off than what we had. Alright, so crit damage. 6%, 6%, 18%, 8%, then the exclusive one, and then the Starlight one, and then I guess, oh, skill of attack would have been great, 2% more attack. Oh well, I guess we're only getting sense of attack. Okay, how does this look like? What's the difference between easy and normal journey? Higher potential. Potential is what you use to buy in the at the end. You get a 50% multiplier to potential gain. And you gain a 50% higher stat cap. You can go upwards of 750 instead of 500 for every stat. Yeah, so this is a C+. Maybe just the run got unlucky. Maybe our auto settings were a little wonky. Let's try to compare them. I think no guilds at the moment have space open. You can just join a random one. The time when things change is once this event ends. Once the guild defense ends, because you cannot kick people. But look at this, the score is lower, but this is clearly more powerful. And that's because of the fact that we are running more Arcanas, right? Hi there, took me 80 pulls to get one a Shadow Arcana. I lost to 50-50 6 times in a row, 2 being Omega. No Freya or Charlotte's Arcana, it was brutal. Ouch. Ouch, I agree. Big pain. But what we are losing is a bit of effectiveness. I feel like we equip this for now, but we just run it back. We have 95 tickets anyway. We can afford to run it back like 2 to 3 times. Just use the same parents. We could think if maybe we need like a little bit of a different split. Okay, so maybe 5-3-1 instead. Let's try 5-3-1. See what that does. Just joined an open level 4 guild. It's rare and took me 2 days just checking every time. Yeah, because you have to wait for the guild to level up to then be able to join in, yeah. Is Yumina's Akazuna worth chasing? Only if you actively play her yourself. And even then, the effect, I couldn't quite tell you if it's like that crazy. Okay, so this time we got maxed out strength. Around the same vitality. And I think around the same focus. So overall, it's for the most part the same thing. So, crit damage. Attack and crit, more attack, then Catalyst for obviously the exclusive skill, and then Starlight Guidance. Now we have the choice. Do we go with more effect hit and save effect res, or do we go with even more attack at 2% extra? We can only get one or the other. Probably this one, because then we can at least afford 1% attack. So, alright, I feel like this should be pretty good. Does reabsorb consume tickets? It does. But every time you progress in the story, you know this one event where you get like all the gear set selectors and whatnot? That one gives you quite a few tickets. But I would still recommend not to overdo it. Maybe keep it to like 2 to 3 journeys, auto journeys on a character maximum. Thoughts on Rosaria's card? I gotta be honest, I haven't checked that one yet. I don't know why I didn't. Let's check it together. Alright, let's check it together. First, let's see the difference between old and new one. And then we can check that so I don't lose my train of thought. Okay. So Yumina, here we go. This one is the newest one. And now we compare it to what we had before we made the changes. Overall, somehow, no, that's the wrong one to compare to. We need to compare to this one. Okay, so this is my Yumina from before today versus today. We gained 4 speed. Oh, we lost the crit damage talent somehow. No, wait. So we lost 4 speed, but we gained 250 attack, 2000 health, 12% crit damage, and we lost 7% effectiveness, but at least we gained 0.88 effect res. Chat, what stat should I care about when doing Journey with Hild? Defense first. I think it's just HP. HP is obviously your main priority. And then after that, I think it's still an inkling of strength. Let's see. Okay, no, you go HP, and then, so HP main focus, then defense, and then effectiveness. You go HP, defense, and effectiveness. HP, defense, effectiveness is what you go. Okay. Yeah, you know what? For auto journey, this looks pretty good, right? Now, obviously, if we were to do it manually, we could get a higher outcome, but keep in mind, people, it would also take an hour. Not quite, but, you know, to some degree, it would basically be an hour. So yeah, we just increased our combat power by 2,000. That's pretty big. Would it be a safe idea to spend the 200 tokens on phrase Arcana? Define safe. Because you can always pull it later, and then spending the 200 currency isn't as great. It depends on how long are you continuing. Like, whenever you are like, okay, I'm not going to summon for a week, 2. Or you're like, I'm at hard journey, I really need it. That's when you get it. Because that's like the lowest chance of making you regret that decision. Okay. What did we want to do? There was something. Oh yeah, we wanted to check the Rosaria Arcana that comes in a few days. This Roberta. This one, huh? Okay, what does it do? It's for rangers and it's attack focused. Alright. Ranger only. Damn. Why do they make this one so much better than the Yumina one? Yumina's is character exclusive, and this one, but no, I think that's quite good, right? Like up to 15%. The only holdback is that you need an AoE skill and preferably a few more. Where do you get the new break skill again? Tactical analysis. Tactical analysis, find a slot after having watched 3-7 main story. Oh, that's nasty. Oh, that's nasty. See, sometimes the unique skill doesn't tell the whole story because the events can turn out to also have some nasty rewards like this. 4.5% skill. This is level 3 talent of insight, which you can only gain when you have her Arcana. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. But how is she sitting? Like, you know what I mean? Maybe it's the not own text, but if I look at this, I'm wondering how the hell are her legs in the position that they are in without her being permanently paralyzed? Like, look at this. Does this look correct to you? Just look at this preview image. Does this look like something that's humanly possible? I mean, her hips are next to her chest somehow. Right? Does this look like something that's normal? But on the big one, yeah, I still don't know if this oh! Okay. So, for all of us enjoyers, there's actually an enhancement feature. I did not know. But now you can have a look at it together and we figure out. I guess it's just perspective being weird. Huh. Okay. Okay, interesting. Yeah, no, still looks a little off. Her neck must hurt, I agree. You saw nothing. Her legs are too big perspective-wise. Very possible. What do you think? Do we get ourselves this one guarantee? Nah, wait. No. I need to rein in my greed. We did already get all these hits. I really do not need it, at least not right now. Even though 6% crit chance and 6% HP sounds great, brother needs to chill and we need to do some more journeys. let's forget about the fact that we have 200 currency, otherwise I'm gonna do something silly. I still need to somehow get Rosaria as well, that's true. So I better keep that currency just in case. Alright. Now that we fixed up Yumina, Muriel is next. So, Muriel gets the same split. We give her, 30 attack. Look at this. 30 strength. So 30 strength from her. And then 20 HP. 25 HP here. Okay. What does this split look like? She's a mage, so she needs the mage one. She needs the crit one. She needs the other crit one. She needs the crit damage one. And the final one is going to be speed or attack? Probably speed, right? This looks about to be the most correct. Yeah. Who got you grinning so much? Okay, and stat-wise... 551? No, 531 did us well last time. So let's do it 531. Do I have a spending shop guide? I'll make one tomorrow, I think. Ooh, rank 54. That looks decent. Obviously, keep in mind our stats again won't quite be on the same level. But caster exclusive, 12% crit damage, 6% crit, 6% attack, 18% crit, then the speed. And I guess here we get ourselves the effectiveness increase, right? Oh, skill of attack would be on the table. Nah, let's get the effectiveness. Journey ended. Pretty successfully done. If you can take speed, you always take speed. Yeah, makes sense. But look, it's worse, somehow, than what we did before. Maybe it's the total stats. Okay, let's try a little bit of a different split. This can stay, this can stay. Auto journey this time. Let's do 551. Let's see if 551 is any better. So casters are crit characters? Most of them are. Oh! Double S and a B but a D. Huh. Is that now better or worse? Okay, let's once again make sure we get the right ones. We need this one, we need this one, we need this one. We need this one as well. We need this one right here. And then I guess we finish it here and then we can get ourselves nothing. Unfortunately, it's not a high enough sale for us. Tough. So is this now better or worse than before? Journey ended on 6082. So it's better than what we had before. And it's our third best journey ever. Tied for the second best. Due to herself being obviously herself. Okay, let's do a final one. Where we do a 5-3-3 split instead. So we've now tried 5-5-1. Let's try 5-3-3 instead. Let's see how that goes. Bear is good. Bear is good. I don't see anyone talking about Barris. No, she's not overlooked. Barris is pretty crazy. Oh. Yeah. Now makes me wonder, is it just RNG being RNG? Or is it actually our stat split that caused us to fucking fail? That is the real question. Let's try 5 for 2 then. Oh, why did it fail? I don't know. RNG. She just ended up dying. That's just the way it went. There's so many different factors that could cause a run to fail. Ah. Now it's SSC. I think that's worse than what we had before. It's the auto because I do it semi-manually. When I skip fight and it loses, I retry and win. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, 5-8. Okay, just to get like another case study out. See, if you're wondering, okay, what's the differences in here? Like the main idea is the differences are in between. Do you get a sensory training? When do the character card events pop up? What choices does the AI make? When does it rest? When does it train? Does it fail? Does it win? And also, obviously, what are the items that get picked during the run? Do they cause the run to win or not, right? Alright, let's do 5-5-1. Am I free to play? No. No, I'm not. Alright, let's see. Is this any better? SE, SF, and C. No, this still ends up being similar to what we had before. I think the potential points are even a little lower this time. Yeah, we're down by 19 potential points. Huh. So this should be one of the... Oh wait, it's the highest scoring one though, somehow. Huh. Would you look at that? Okay, let's compare. Let's try and compare. Okay, so this one was obviously garbage because we died. This one is what we had before. And then this would be the first one. Tiny bit more attack, tiny bit more health, big crit damage, negative effectiveness, bit better effect resist. This one would be attack loss, more HP gain, more speed, more crit, effectiveness loss. This one is teeny tiny attack gain, big HP gain, big speed gain, big crit gain, big effectiveness loss. And then the final one is decent attack loss, highest HP gain, big speed gain, lowest effectiveness loss, and crit damage increase. Okay, so this would be 17,061 power. And this one here would be 17,272. I thought so as well. I guess we go with this one for now. Okay. Then let's do an Emily journey. Okay, so Emily journey, we're looking at inheriting a bunch of strength and a bunch of... Do we have a 30 vitality, maybe? No, we don't. So let's inherit 25 vitality. And split is going to be 5-3 nothing. That seems about right. Seems about like what I would do. Now let's remove everything and figure out what we need to do. So tank 1 because it makes sense. Speed 1 because it makes sense. Crit 1 because it makes sense. Crit damage 1 and max HP 1. And then max HP 1. Any complaints? Anybody thinks I've picked something wrong somewhere? I don't know about that. I feel like this should be good enough. If you do reobserve, will it cost a ticket as well? I'm quite certain it does, but we can actually test it after this one. Lazy over the last HP, but it's 8% HP. That's a lot of HP. And lazy would be attack plus crit. Right? Lazy would be attack plus crit. I don't have a bunny girl, Claire. How impactful are Arcana limit breaks? Honestly, I cannot really tell you the difference between Petra level 35 and Petra 40. That's about as much of a difference they made for me for now. I'm honestly not too sure right now. It's like probably tiny better odds of getting higher training chances and better results. But I don't know if it's anything like super insane, you know? Lazy over Frey. Lazy over Frey. Yeah? Lazy over 12% crit damage, 4% HP? Really? I feel like more max HP is more max good. Did I use Chris's for Arcana pulls? Yes, but I also got lucky. So, for reference for you personally, I got the Ashera Arcana today, I got the Bunny Girl Arcana today, and I got this Arcana today as well. Like, I got a Knight's Oath today, I got this today, and I got this today as well. I got all of these today. Not even just today, closer to like 40 minutes ago. Yeah, crit and attack, the HP would be going to be negligible. I mean, we are talking about an HP scaler, right? Huh. Maybe this one can go. Call me crazy, but maybe her exclusive can go. Because the exclusive... Because I'm mainly going to play her on auto until I do a normal journey. So maybe the exclusive can go. Because the exclusive has an effect that doesn't work on auto, right? You cannot do anything with Nova Force points every 2 turns. So unless we have the manual, I feel like this might be the best of all worlds. So let's see what we get. You have Ash 3 stars. Would you recommend going for her Arcana? It's definitely going to be a help in making sure that she heals even more. And you know what you could also try with like a maxed out Ashera? You could give her a crit set. Because if she's maxed out, that means she has max dual attack chance. And max dual attack chance means she might even become a bit more of like a quote-unquote main DPS. Okay, so 474 endurance. 750 vitality, 543 strength. I feel like that's quite good. And then we just make sure we learn. I guess the effect resistance learning might have been a bit too much. But yeah, I guess we could have done sense of insight for more crit rate. Fuck. Whoops. Yeah, I need to be a bit more careful with that Starlight Guidance thing. Because that one comes from the stage itself and not from any of the Arcanas. That's a big boost. I mean, 6,400? Alright, let's see what the change in stats is. Whoops. So, the improvement for stats for us here... I feel like speed is king. Yeah, but you're mainly going to notice it for arena and real-time PvP. Like, for the same reason that nobody really uses the speed set in PvE, but mostly the other sets, but then with speed main stats, right? Instead. Alright, let's see the difference. It's not as much of an HP increase as I would have thought. So we gain 12% crit damage. A bit more defense. And 1400 HP. But damn, this looks shiny. What did we end up running? A lot of shiny stuff. You see it again here. Because we need to do Ashera's journey. And then we're finally done with up journeying all our characters. 12 crit damage is pretty meh with only 33.5 crit rate. There's not much I can do about that. At the moment. There's not much I can do about that, but yeah, I could have not put in yeah, put in the respective one. But alright, so let's see. Let's go again with the 5-5 split. Let's do 5-4. Yeah, 5-4 should be fine. And then here does anything change? No. Because the other one was Defender exclusive. So I feel like this is about as good as it's going to be. If you get a 3-star Vaults but no Arcana, is that worth keeping? Or do we need to get those Arcanas? Hell no. Brother, please continue playing when you have 4 Asheras. Like, especially her own Arcana really isn't one of the most prominent. There's a couple way more impressive ones. These stats are kind of ass. A, S, B, E, F. I feel like we can do better. I feel like we can do better than that. Talent of speed, huh? That would have been interesting. 3 speed. Unfortunately, we are too poor. So let's go with sense of life and sense of attack. I feel like we're gonna run it back one more time to see what happens. A lot of useless stats on that S attack? No, attack is not useless on her. As far as I'm concerned, attack should be the second best stat you can get on her. Yeah, pretty much. Not even with the crit build, just like in general. Where can you get skip tickets? You get them for just playing the story. But you need to beat the trial on manual once, like fully beat it before you're able to skip. I think. Alright, let's do the same thing again. And this time let's just do 5-5 and see what happens. Uh, 628, 597. Okay, we'll do one more. Oh, but the potential outcome. This one was really bad. We don't even have 1200 potential, so we wouldn't even be able to, like, buy a lot of the upgrade skills. 4600 rating as well. Something went wrong in this run. Not too sure what, but something clearly went wrong. Maybe it's the 5-5 split idea that the game just doesn't agree with. Maybe it was bad luck. Obviously her damage scales on HP, but attack still plays a role in how much damage she deals. Don't ask me why exactly, but that's the way it seems to work. Oh, look at this. 748 on 570. That's good. That's good enough. And also B plus in endurance. And at least 1200 points. Nice. So let's get destruction, assault, insight, speed, life, and more life and attack. Nice. Should have gone more speed. Fuck. Oh well. Oh well. Hey, 6-2. Nice. That's pretty good. Honestly, it's good enough. Good enough until I actually have to manual this. Good enough until I have to manual this. So let's have a look at the gains. The gains compared to before are 2700 health, 155 attack, 12% crit. Yeah, and then 6 speed. Sweet, sweet stuff. Nice. Okay. Ashura is a monster. An arena is a monster. If she goes first, she pushes the whole team. Maybe I actually have to go first with her. Oh, let me actually check something real quick. The reason why when I auto story is, the reason why I have my Muriel as the leader is because my Yumina ends up being faster than my Muriel. But that's not quite the interaction I want. So I need to check if my Muriel now has more speed than my Yumina, because we left out the speed Arcana. So 141 versus 141. So they're tied for speed. Okay. Let's just put Ashara as the leader and see what happens. If damage scales out of HP, it shouldn't involve attack for nothing. Yeah, but that's not how it works. Like, you can kind of think of it like this. Attack, to some degree, is the base value that then gets... like, okay... I guess the best example is probably it scales with 80% attack and maybe like 20% strength. That's the way you can think about it. So while strength by no means is the most important stat, that's clearly HP, you're still better off going for an additional strength, because there is no other stat that's more useful on her. Right? You don't really need the effect resistance for PvE at least. You don't really need the increased defensive stat. Yeah, you can check the scaling of skills. I forgot. Here, let me show you. You just reminded me that that was in fact the thing. If you ever wanted to know what a skill scales off, yeah. Now we're making a shoe out of it. Hey, Cosmic, thank you for the raid. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Alrighty. So, now it makes a lot more sense. The scaling, you can... like, I saw it before. I just don't know why I didn't connect the dots. Look at this. We go to a skill. And we look, view effect details. And you see how it says attack plus 50%. Now, if, for example, we go to... Ashara and her skill, you see how it scales at 50% attack, 3.5% of max HP. Yeah, there you go. So that's the reason why attack makes sense on her. Let's have a look at Emily. Let's have a look at the ult. Ult goes 2.5 attack, 42% here. This one gives a barrier equal to 27% of health. And this one also scales at 3.5% health. How about the follow-up of Ashara? I mean, the follow-up of Ashara is just her basic attack. So her follow-up also scales at 3.5. But for some reason, it doesn't seem advised to level up the basic attack. I mean, okay, it's probably the same scaling, but for some reason, leveling basic skill does not increase follow-up damage. Alright, so now that we all know it and have seen in-game why you want attack on an HP scaler, we can all agree that we are a lot smarter now, right? We can all now shake our hands and be happy that we aren't just accepting the information given out by guides and veterans, but we now actually know why it makes sense. Now we can all just, you know, go like this, and we can all be very proud of ourselves. Good luck on the grind. Appreciate it. Wrinkly ass brains we got here in this chat. It's better than smooth brains, right? Like, I'd rather be a wrinkly brain than a smooth brain. Ashera endgame is 777. But then, yeah. But okay, that still begs the question, right? Does the follow-up have to do with the basic, right? Me see guide, me follow guide. Yeah, that's the basic approach. But it also always depends on who made the guide, right? Here, obviously, we just have to assume the guy who ranked number 2 in the highest PvE mode knows what he's talking about. But you never know, right? You never know. Her follow-up is basic. I guess then the level of the basic, if that were the case, if that were true, which we won't instantly believe, if that were true, the level of the basic becomes more and more important the higher dupes you have her. Duh. On Ashara it depends, because if attack is 1k, 50% is 500, but if HP is 20, 3.5 is 700. Yeah, but Ashara, it's not just about the attack, it's also about the fact that she heals based on her max HP, so even if going with HP would be less damage, you're still getting more benefit through the healing from the follow-ups and the healing from the skills. 700 stats on attack is giving you 350 damage. I still rather pick more defense. See, now I don't know if that's really the truth. Because does anybody know how the stats in Journey actually work? Like, is the 750 attack cap really only 750 attack? I don't believe it is. I feel like it goes deeper than that, right? Like, is it really like that, that when you get 750 attack stat in Journey, you only get 750 attack? I feel like that seems a little off. The same way how when you get a 750 versus a 100 HP roll, it's not like you're just getting 100 HP, right? That seems a little strange. The game does call it a dual attack too and not her basic. Yeah, but what if the dual attack itself as a concept uses the basic attack of a character? You know what? I feel like we could show, there is a info system in here, right? So how about we pick out the dual attack and maybe it's going to tell us more. So let's see. Where's this like section that explains a lot of like language and whatnot? I swear I saw it somewhere. Info, right? Okay, let's see. Battle. No. Savior. Class, attribute, stats, level, resonance, skill types. Unique, basic, ultimate, special. Nova burst, Nova force. No. Enhanced skill. No. Skill levels, skill enhancement, 4 types, cubes, limit breaks, stellar sigils, gear, affection level. No. Progression order. Yeah, that's just normal. Counter attack. Saviors and monsters may counter attack when attacked based on their counter attack chance. During a counter attack, a basic skill is activated against the attacker. Now, look at this. This might already be our first hint. If a counter attack is using a basic, we now have a very realistic chance that a dual attack uses a basic as well. Okay, it's too late for me. I make everyone 556 anyway, so I'm spending on talents, good or not, lol. Nah, 556 is fine. Okay, Ashera Volts, Bunny Girl Charlotte, Lacey, and Bunny Girl Claire. Should I replace Lacey with Emily? I would probably replace Bunny Girl Claire with Emily. Like, yeah. Ashera Volts, Bunny Girl Charlotte, Lacey, Emily is a... Yeah, that's the banger team. So, let's see. Can we somehow find... What is this? Effect trigger rules. Okay. Single effect... Okay, single effect stacking rules, right? You cannot stack the same buff. It only gets increased. Barrier, damage nullification, evasion. Do we even have evasion characters? Like, it's great that they're absolute res. What is that? On, why is it 20%? That is so awful. Look at this. Is that also true for enemies? But it's not just the 85-15 rule, it's now 80-20. So does that mean if I play Yumina, regardless of how high my bleed chance is, I'm always 20% likely to just fail? Yeah, exactly. Epic has 15, this shit has 20. Gosh, damn. Yeah, 15% is not that bad then. 20% is a lot worse. Oh, you know what that also means? That is a huge debuff to Rosaria. Because Rosaria has an AoE defense decrease. But if the AoE defense decrease only has an 80% chance to apply, that makes it a lot worse. So that means in general, every character that relies on debuffs already has to fight a bigger battle. 20% is ridiculous. That's why no one recommends hard pumping effectiveness hit on units, because your effectiveness could be 190%, it wouldn't matter, yeah. Then no wonder you were failing your effects. Yeah. 20%. Every fifth effect is just not gonna apply. Great. Okay. Oh yeah, look at these impact types. I saw these letters before. I'm still not quite sure what the fuck that even means. Like, what you mean slash, psychic, impact, elemental, and void? Like, is this just the color for the element? No, right? So, does the game actually tell you what that does? Right? Like, look at this. For example, we have a red unit. We have a red unit that does elemental damage on a holy bombardment. If anybody can tell me what the fuck that means, I'd be very grateful. Like, it's great that the game tells us that these damage types exist, but you know, I would much rather know what it means. It's the enemy type? Some enemies type receive more damage. Okay, so it's like an extra step of vulnerability. So enemies can not only be vulnerable to a class, they can also be vulnerable to a damage type. Imagine this. Imagine this scenario. One day, you're like, okay, let me play the ranked game mode. I'm so happy. And then you go in, and there's like, please bring a green ranger. And you're like, yes, I have a green ranger. Let's go. You select the green ranger, and he performs like ass in comparison to everyone else. And you're like, why is that such a big difference? I mean, it's a green ranger. The enemy is blue. We should be fine, right? And then you take a look at Belris, And all of a sudden, psychic damage is the real deal instead of impact damage. Oh no, no. So there is a subcategory. There is a subcategory of elemental damage on top of character typing. That does not mean that the color, just because a character is green doesn't mean that their damage type is green as well. So Belle is green and does psychic damage. Yumina is green and does impact damage. Muriel is red and does elemental damage. Emily is blue and does slash damage. Ashura is also doing slash damage. Bunny Girl is doing psychic damage. She's doing mental damage for some reason. Which type is the best? See, this is where the issue comes in. I have no idea. Because for that I'd need to know what kind of endgame content has what kind of typing. And I'd first need to make it to the endgame first. So let's check something else. Can we figure out what typing this guy has? This is, or this girl, I guess. This is the guild boss. His name is Magician of Lethargia. How do we know what his typing is? I don't like the fact that you can't check before you enter the fight. Okay, let's click on him. So he is green. He is immune to taunts, immune to stuns, immune to sleeps, immune to silence, immune to enhancement, disablement things. But it can be removed by debuff removal. That seems good. Skill cooldown increase. Yeah, it seems like an issue. Okay, and now how the fuck do I know to what he is vulnerable? Is he just not vulnerable to anything? Because I can't see him saying, like, I see the element, right? It says he's green, which means he should be vulnerable to red. But where do I find out what element does more? I'm kind of lost in this game. Where do you farm for leveling characters? That's the thing, you don't. The way you level up characters is through this system right here, the Noah funding. The Noah funding gives you level up materials on a minute to hourly basis. The way you increase this is by playing Operation. And now you might be wondering, okay, but isn't this like super slow? How the fuck do I get more resources? The answer to this is for the most part in events. So let's head to the monologue must end event. And in the monologue must end event, we have the ability to buy these hourly chests. So for example, this one right here would be 2 hours worth of everything. This would be 20 hours worth of experience. This is 30 hours worth of gold. And this is 20 hours worth of stones, right? So a multitude and plentitude of events and such will have the ability to give you these hourly chests. And then the higher you go in story, the better the hourly chest, and the better the hourly chests. Like for example, like this one, which you can get, I think this is like the chapter breakthrough one, the better your rewards, right? So this is how leveling works. I think it's the title of the enemy above their name. Okay. Let's check again. So we go into the guild. We head over into guild defense. We head over to stage 6. We try to enter. We click on him and he's called Casino. No, I think that's just typing. Like, what you mean? Casino is vulnerable to elemental damage because if you flood a casino, it dies? Is that how it works? Probably not, right? Maybe this guy just doesn't have typing. Let's try our newfound knowledge on a difference. Do y'all think they just put in the elemental system for fun and they never used it? That would be hilarious. Imagine they went through all this effort to invent a different elemental typing for each character's attack, just for it to be completely and utterly irrelevant because it's way too convoluted to ever be useful. Let's see. He's a sun striker. I can't see him mentioning anything. The second one. Okay. Moon striker. Still not talking about it. Loki, I think it's just flavor text. But look, it's in the guide section. When you go to skill types, no. Where was it? Battle, skills. Look, all attack skills have an attack type. Damage dealt may increase or decrease depending on the skill's attack type. Non-attack skills and passive skills are not affected by attack type. It's not because first boss is casino, so casino enemies have a weakness to a damage style. But how do we know which enemy type has a weakness to what damage style? It's not the name of the elements. And the reason why is because a green character can have yellow damage. Like, look. Yumina is green and her skill does impact. Muriel is blue, Muriel is red and her skill does elemental damage. Maybe it's just a multiplier and doesn't have weakness. But then who is it multiplying against and when? Right? So it looks like this might be an advanced system that at the moment is entirely and utterly irrelevant to us. I think that's my best guess. For now, this is maybe relevant in some stage, some way, somehow, but at the moment it's completely irrelevant. Yes, but the red boss will always have a weakness against blue type skills. Yeah, but that's different. You can't just take a red character with elemental damage and expect them to get the same benefit as a blue character just using any skill. Or do y'all think psychic damage is better against green? But that would be weird. Because what that means is somehow Yumina is good against blue and good against pink, good against violet, while on the other hand Muriel is good against both green and red. She's good against herself. Hey, quick question. Why is Lacey's Arcana so good? Is it just a good strength farming card? Okay, do you want to know the secret about Arcanas? Let me show you. The secret about Arcanas. If you want to know why is an Arcana good, you click on a character and then you head over into Journey event and you take a look at the third event. There you find a passive that can be applied to a character that permanently stays and is used in every single game mode. And as you can see, 6% crit rate and 6% attack is pretty fucking good. What can also sometimes be relevant is what kind of potentials they allow you to get on events 1 and 2, but usually the main selling point is event number 3. Just like having a blue character with 1 green skill probably. So no, wait, let's see. You think Psychic is strong against Casino, but where would we get a list of who's strong against what? Because if Psychic is strong against Casino, that means both Charlotte and Belle, a red and a green unit, are both good against casino units? Is it testable? I don't think we can test that shit. No, I don't think we can. If these attack types don't relate to the elements, because they didn't want to invent more colors, can you come up with 10 colors outside of the like, can you come up with 5 more colors outside of the standard red, green, blue, yellow, pink? Or yellow, violet, sorry. Like, can you come up with 5 more useful colors that don't just all look the same or too close to an earlier color? But yeah, I would say for now it's just something that's utterly irrelevant until we find it on like an enemy. Okay. Yeah. Boost effects. Yeah. It will be like a Pokemon type shit? Yeah, maybe. Maybe it matters on the Moon Garden or whatever. Oh, you mean like this like super endgame mode called, yeah, Moon Garden? Yeah, maybe. Maybe it matters on Moon Garden. No, it's not Moon Garden. I think it's in the Candy Square. This one, right? The Cosmo Gate. Maybe it matters in the Cosmo Gate. Yeah, but the problem is, the real reason why I'm not too sure about this is because the game doesn't explain it to us. Like, look, while it does tell us that these types exist, it doesn't tell us anything else. So I feel like it's more on a character-specific basis, and you just have to see that at some point an enemy is just going to be vulnerable to elemental, and then that's it, right? Okay, but what we really wanted to look for is dual attacks. Let's see if we can find something about dual attacks somehow. Probably not. But I think we can already pretty much prove that dual attacks are a thing, just based on whatever we just read about counterattacks, right? I just don't know where we read it. But yeah, I saw it. On how like a counterattack uses the basic skill of a character to do it. It doesn't mention them, but it's safe to say it's her basic because it heals, because only her basic would heal. Yeah, it'd be a valid connection. Omega really that trash? I don't know. I don't even know what she does. Everybody just says she's trash. The problem is none of us were able to test it out. But also nobody is willing to invest the resources into her to make sure that she is or isn't trash. Because what if you're wrong, right? Check battle basic info second page. It says attribute advantage. Check battle basic information second page. No. No. That's not the same thing. This is talking about the usual blue beats red, red beats green, and yellow beats purple and purple beats yellow. That's why it says weak resist encounter. Oh, also, have you taken a look at this? When you prepare a skill of the same kind as the enemy recently used skill. Now that's interesting. Is that attacks? Or is this really the element? Because that'd be fucking weird. Like, if your enemy does a slash attack and you do a slash attack? Nah, that can't be it, right? Look, it's actually better. Counter effects can be triggered by using the same type of skill as the enemy's recent skill. So, when an enemy attacks you with an attack skill and you attack them, it's called a counter. Effect application order. When multiple effects occur at the same time, it goes charm. I don't know what that is. Cheat code. Cheat code should be the cube event. And then it goes passive, into active, into nova, and then potential. I thought tutorial explained it was element. No. The tutorial called it something else, right? Or did it? It called it attack type, not element. It called it the attack type. So do you want to use units that use the same skill as the enemy, but the enemy also gets a damage boost, so it's a wash? I don't know if counter can apply to you as well. Maybe in PvP, but I feel like in PvE, just think of it as something minor. It's not super relevant. But I guess when it comes to min-maxing, having the boss hit you with an attack skill and then using an attack skill is going to be better. So you might be, for certain scenarios, best off holding your big hitters for like a turn where you get attacked. I don't know, this shit's hella complicated. Counter does apply against us as well. So whenever the enemy is going to use an attack skill against us, we better not use an attack skill first. Very, very useful information, I have to admit. Okay, so this guy is clearly an assassin. Okay, what is this? 9 toughness. Yeah, whenever he gets attacked by type advantage, toughness goes down. Type disadvantage cannot reduce toughness. And ultimates can also reduce toughness as well as Nova Force attacks. Increases damage taken, yes. Action gauge reset, yes. Cannot trigger skills, dual attack or counter attack, makes sense. Preemptive guard cannot trigger, yeah, whatever the fuck that means. Okay, so it doesn't look like, it really doesn't look like attack types are that relevant for us now. If a blue unit had a blue attack type, would that do more damage? Probably not. If an enemy uses an ult and you use an ult, that's a counter. So the distinction is not attack versus skill. It's like basic attack counters basic, skill counters skill, and ult counters ult. Okay. Like, look, weak and counter, because we basic attacked someone that just attacked with a basic attack. Understandable. Yeah, look, we are basic attacking someone that just basic attacked. That's why it all says count... No. Yeah, that's why it says counter. Makes sense. Wait, why the fuck are you MVP, lady? Ah, because you tanked 100% of the damage. Good job. No. Counters aren't what are based on that. No. Okay, people, I think for your sanity and mine, let's forget we ever learned about attack types, alright? I think that's for the best. For now, let's all pretend we didn't know it exists. Like, it does not look like it's relevant until there will be like a big point where it says weak to psychic, weak to slash. Then you can remember this conversation and we can all sleep better at night. Attack types, what are those? Never heard of them. Exactly. Put it into a forbidden corner of your mind that you only activate when it becomes relevant, which is not here, not now, and probably not in the foreseeable future. Alright, perfect. So we just discussed something that's completely insubstantial. I mean, it's, you know, the worst problem is it's on the guide, but it's also on your character's skills. So every character's skills has this tag, but it doesn't do anything. You check the info second page image again. They are all red element, but have different weakness. Don't push us down a rabbit hole that we don't need to go down on. Right? Like, don't just come up with something that's going to inflame these conversations again. Let's all just check just in case, but let's see. Yeah, but that's just to show you how it works, right? This enemy is like, okay, this red enemy gets attacked by green enemy, which is why these guys would be resistant. This red enemy would get attacked by a blue enemy, which is why he's weak. And this red enemy just used the basic attack skill, meaning if you use a basic attack skill, he takes more damage. Doesn't have to do with element. What you need to look for is attack type, not elemental type. We need attack typing. It needs to be talked about attack type somewhere. Alright, just in case, let's check this big boss. Right? Big Void Initiate. Does the Void Initiate have something we can go off of? We know he has 100,000 HP, which is a fuck ton. He also doesn't do anything crazy here. He increases his attack and speed. He does something else. Why is he doing void damage? Right? It really makes you wonder. Wait, is it against classes? But what? Nah. Is it really classes? It could be. How many classes are there in the game? How many classes are there in the game? Is there 5 classes? Is there 5 classes in this game? Wait, let's see. Resonance, name, combat power, great. Okay, let's consult the doc. There's no shot. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ha! There are 6 classes in the game. So it's not true. If there are 6 classes, then luckily it doesn't make sense anymore. Whew! We're saved. Because it should be pinned comment. It's called the Korean guide. Alright. So now that we have that out of the way, let's go back to the story and please, let's just forget that this exists. Because imagine if this was real, we would have had to try to figure out which type is effective, like which elemental type is effective against which class. That would have been a disaster. That would have been a disaster. Because I wouldn't even have known where to start. I wouldn't even have known where to start with that one. Could you ask the devs? Maybe. I mean, I could also send a DM to Mr. Korean person that made the guide. Okay, let's do that. I'm going to send him a message. Did we get banned? Surely not, right? There we go. We're still very legit. Alright. So I'm going to send that to the Korean dude and I'm going to ask him to explain. And then I tell you tomorrow. If he responds. Can you tell me how Alright. Do you think they can make a short guide on how to increase power? Or do you think I can make one? Oh, sorry. I'll show you, okay? Power. The massive power increases are in order: level, resonance, journey. The higher your journey score, the higher your journey stats, the higher the power. Has also to do with the amount of blessings and the amount of potential on your journey, right? The higher the potential on your journey, the higher the stats, the higher the power increase. For example, look, if I equip this one, I'm going to lose 5,000 power. The units could be the same level, but because one journey is better than the other, we lose 5,000 power, right? So gear, level, resonance, journey, skill levels, gear, and then lastly affinity. Those are the main ways, and then there's also a bit more of a sneaky way, and that is account-based stats. In the case of savior stats, arcana stats, so by gathering arcanas, attribute-related stats, class-related stats, and that should be most of all of what boosts power in this game. Oh, resonance. Do you want to know why resonance level is so important for your journey success rate? It's very simply explained. If you click on resonance, you see it says journey stat enhancement. That means your journey character is going to start off with 30 more strength, 30 more focus, an additional potential to gain, even more strength, even more focus, another potential to gain. Then here it would be even more strength, more focus, and more attack in an attack skill. So yeah, that's why. My thoughts on it is an attack type that works on players, only monsters have it but don't work on them, and mostly for PvP. Wait, what are you talking about? See, I think you're mixing things up. You are sounding a little crazy, because you're saying it's something that only works in PvP but only monsters have it. That's not quite true, right? We've seen it on both enemies and on your own people. And for the moment, we have no idea if it works in either PvE or PvP, like, at all. Okay, let's have a look. My dear boss was counter resist to Sun character basic attack, but counter to all other basic attacks. When he ulted, basic counter disappears. Yeah, that makes sense. Wanna know why? So, resist comes from you being Sun against a blue enemy, right? Your type ineffective, meaning resist. And counter comes from the fact that he just used a basic attack, making all basic attacks deal more damage, but then he used an ult, meaning that only ults would be able to get the 10% counter damage increase. No, players have it, doesn't work on monsters, but works on players. Monsters have it, works on players, and doesn't work on monsters. You know what you could do? You could make a graphic. You could make a graphic and try to make it make sense. Because look at what you just wrote and tell me if you understand what you just wrote. So what exactly am I looking at? Holy shit, this sentence makes my brain melt and I'm not even trying. Like, what is this? No players have it, doesn't work on monsters, but works on players. Monsters have it, works on players, doesn't work on monsters. Okay. Players have it, but it doesn't work on monsters, but works on players. Monsters have it, and it works on players, but it doesn't work on monsters. Now, if you could explain to me how a monster is going to attack another monster, then we might have ourselves a deal. Because why is it relevant that monsters have it, that it works on players and doesn't work on monsters? We're not playing Pokemon, are we? Yeah, this is confusing. Day 2 and Lacey maxed out, congratulations. You got the Bunny Girl Charlotte Arcana, is that any good? I think it's very situational, but it's at least better than SR Arcanas. Is it by any means considered good in a grand scheme of things? No, but if you don't have a lot of Arcanas, it's at least good to just throw in as a level 1 one. I think he's trying to say that monsters have it to use against you and players have it to use it against other players. Okay, but then you would need to show me where we can figure out which character is weak against, like, then we should be able to see which savior is weak against which damage type. Where do we find that? Yeah, but then how do we find out which savior is weak to which attack type? Still save my summons and use your select pick to pick up Emily? Yeah. I mean, why not? In Candace Square? What is in Candace Square? What is in Candace Square? There's a lot of stuff in Candace Square, but yeah. You can check it on Interstellar Corridor. You mean the tower? What can I check on the tower? Okay, and now what? What am I learning? What am I checking? They are all single element. Okay, and now what? Like, what does that help? What does that have to do with anything? I might be a little slow here, but I don't get how that matters. So we could check damage type weakness? No, see, the thing is, we are currently expecting that the attack type weakness is irrelevant because it's mentioned nowhere. Right? Okay, last ditch effort, and after that I don't want to hear anything anymore about attack types, okay? Attack types will be irrelevant once we don't find anything in the stats, okay? If I will look through every menu, and if we don't see a mention, okay? If we don't see a mention of... Wait, why is there a nerf to her stats in strategy battle, but an increase to her stats in ranked match? Huh, oh well. If I can't find anything in here that mentions attack typing, we're going to forget about it, okay? Savior introduction. Own traits. What is this? What is this? Why does this say old coin gain +5? What is an old coin? Help. Please tell me there's just like generic flavor text that is not relevant. Old coin gain +5. but okay. So, do they all gain +5? But then why is it a thing if they all gain +5? Huh? But why put it down if they all gain the same fucking amount anyway? It all says +5. Let's try her. It's all +5. Then why mention it in the first place? Why do we need to mention that a class has a old coin gain? I mean, okay, sure. Is SR less? Fuck. I don't know, maybe. Let's see. No. Is this a free-to-play account? No. Okay, as far as I can tell, we've looked through most of everything. Okay. Maybe this gives us an answer. Attributes consist of 5 types. If the attacker has an advantage, more damage, more health, more affected, more toughness damage. If he hasn't, less damage, less affected, no toughness. Grades, stats, level, resonance, skill types, enhancing skills. Yep, that's normal. Stellar Archive. Uh-huh. Yeah. And we can delete. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. When a savior equips legendary gear at its maximum level, engraving can be performed by consuming certain resources. Engraved equipment gains increased main stat value and cannot be sold. Sure. Okay. Yeah. You got a share of votes 4 times as free to play on your second reroll. Think we got a keeper? Yes, you do. But you're also in a bit of an awkward spot. Wanna know why? Because just Ashara can't beat the game on her own. You still need teammates. And the best banner to get those teammates is actually the Ashara banner. So once you get a 5th Ashara, things might turn a little awkward. When you're trying to hunt for another SSS character. But it's a good problem to have. Oh no, weakness does both. It increases the toughness damage, but I think according to what somebody said in chat, it also is like a 5% damage increase. How do you get your purple gems that are needed to level up the saviors? Selection chests. And events. And event selection chests. And the tower mode. I got Emily, Bunny, Charlotte, Lacey, and Hild, Lol, and Belle. Just use Emily. Emily seems to be the generally agreed upon, easier to use, less investment needed, and slightly better PvE tank unless you have her at like higher dupes. Hild is pretty darn good for PvP though. When do you start pulling for Arcanas instead of Saviors? Starting from chapter 8 and beyond. Starting from chapter 8 and beyond. But it also depends on how lucky or unlucky you got with any random Arcanas and the standard Arcana banner. Because the better your luck on the random Arcana chests and standard Arcana banner and standard Arcana boxes, the less required you would be to pull on an Arcana banner. I mean, it is chapter 8, like, come on. Operation chapter 8 is chapter 8. Main story doesn't have a chapter 8. I feel like we're fine. I feel like we're fine. If I don't have an SSR tank, should I play with an SR tank or just with another bruiser? You can put Lacey in the front line. That seems to be quite common. Shara Lacey, so that every time Lacey gets hit, she gets a little bit of a heal and a combat readiness push. When's Rosaria coming out? 2nd of April. Bro, have you seen some of these questions? It's a lot of questions. But I feel like I was making enough sense. Any tips on 1336? Do Journey. Potentially get more Arcanas. Do more Resonance. Get more level ups. Check what the boss does. Think about elemental typing. That's about it. It's about as much as I can tell you. I took a Shara out of frontline. I need to survive longer to heal more. Yeah. But usually it should be fine if you have a tank in the front line. Because then 9 out of 10 times... Okay, not 9 out of 10 times, but you know, most of the time. How did that work? Didn't somebody say Emily's shield is based on health? Then how did Purple Lady get attacked? How did Red Lady get attacked? And the shield went onto Ashara. I'm not gonna question it though. You got 4 belts yesterday right after your stream, so looking for my Emily LMAO. Holy shit, that's a lot of belts. How many characters do I have built out with skills and resonance? For the current state of my account, I'ma say 7. It's the 4 you see right here. Emily, Muriel, Ashara, Yumina. And then the other 3 would be Bunny Girl Charlotte, Bunny Girl Frey, and Bunny Girl Claire. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think any of the other ones I've truly invested into yet. The auto target seems to be based on the attack buff, either that or random. It def doesn't prioritize lowest health. I mean, what you mean based on the attack buff? The character that gets the barrier also is the one that gets the attack buff. Lots and lot of bunnies. Agreed. My Lacey is not invested into because I am Yumina standing. If I were to invest into Lacey, I wouldn't be able to as easily justify running Yumina everywhere. That's the entire reason. What gears on my Emily? HP main, barrier sub, like HP 4 piece, barrier secondary piece, speed HP percent. Yeah, that's what's on her. Do you level all the skills from your team by a bit little, or do you focus on 1 to max first? You don't max. What you do is you focus on ults and specials of characters, and the biggest what you want to get is you check the skill upgrade effects to see if any one of those gets a cooldown decrease. That's your main chase. Usually happens around skill level 6. Oh, I don't have a bell. That is very much true. But that does remind me, I need to upgrade my Starlink with some sweeter characters. And you know what's crazy? Starlink doesn't cost you anything. No time, no nothing to remove characters from. So I guess I'm just gonna clear out my Starlink and make sure I only keep people in that I wipe with. What the fuck? Proceeds to lose the ability to speak. only keep in characters that I wipe with. Yeah. I do like her though. Yeah, all the other ones, not really interested in them at the moment. Savior reset tokens? Oh, so you mean 10 premium currency? You mean the grand total big sum of 10 premium currency? Where could you get 10 premium currency? I don't know. There's a lot of different ways you can get 10 premium currency, but I think the best way is you have to head into the guild shop. You have to go into the guild shop and then into the guild shop and then you can buy it right here. Wife with or wipe with? Both. Both. I wife with them, but I also wipe with them. Do you mean a bleed increase Omega stack? No, but the abilities that apply bleed increase the Omega stack. If we take a look here, you'll see... Oh no, it's called leap. What is an Omega stack? I thought you meant leap. I have no idea what an Omega... Oh wait, Omega... Oh, you mean Omega... you mean her? The fuck? I don't even know how she works. Increases Omega's attack by 85%. Grants a save a stack with leap after star attribute ally attacks. No, you actually have to attack for that to work. Yeah, you would actually have to attack. At what point in game can we swap out the break skill? From the very beginning. You just have to watch the story. You have to watch the story. And you know what the problem is? You're only getting actually 10 pulls as a reward. Poor you. You're getting Arcana 10 pulls for watching the story. But yeah, to swap it out, you just need to get, you just need to watch story 3-7. Then you need to buy the other break skill and then you're good. What is a comfortable power level to clear chapter 12? Can you give me the power level that your stage currently requires, please? Give me the level of one of the stages in 12 and I can give you an estimation. Oh, fuck, I'm dying. Oh shit. I don't want to die. That's a coughing fit. You cannot reset resonance and you cannot reset affection. If a level of the chapter is 55k, you can probably expect to deal with it at like 48. I'd say like 15 to 20% down is decent. Yep. Like somewhere between 10 to 20% in negative. You beat chapter 16? Brother, congratulations. Your spot in the guild is as safe as it gets. Not to worry, my guy. You'll be fine. Which break skill do you think is good? The Omega break skill should be the very best because it gives a speed increase. Additional permanent, like it's a permanent speed increase to defenders and permanent speed increase to defenders and healers. And it's a 15% attack increase for 2 turns and it's a heal. Did I say something about AB3 walls being built different? Yes, I did say something about that yesterday. And that is because you go from a 75% follow-up chance to a 100% follow-up chance. You can imagine there is a very big difference between following up on 3 out of 4 attacks and following up on every single damn attack instance in the game. So long as it comes from a basic attack, right? And also that's where the real power and synergy between Bunny Girl Charlotte and Ashera comes in. Because Bunny Girl Charlotte can, with the help of her own stacks, double basic attack. And on top of that double basic attack, Ashera's gonna follow up. And you know what else? Rosaria. Rosaria will also have the ability to multi-basic attack, meaning there will be even more follow-ups coming from an Ashera. So a Bunny Girl Charlotte, Ashera Rosaria team would probably feature an utterly insane amount of Ashera follow-ups. She does not. But that's what somebody said she would. It's been a while since I had Bunny Girl Claire in my team. I think I swapped her out some point yesterday against the Muriel. And I don't really remember. If she did or didn't. She only follows up on the original? Okay, yeah. That's what I thought, but then somebody very confidently stated yesterday that it in fact would. And I was like, alright. I mean, if he's so sure about it, might as well. Huh? The second Charlotte auto doesn't proc double proc a share, but the fact that she basically autos every turn will break her more often than on others. Okay. Bunny Charlotte really shines with at least 2 other Sun characters, best use of her passive. I mean, name me 2 good Sun characters to run alongside a Bunny Girl Charlotte, while also trying to fit in an Ashera and potentially a tank. Like, who would those prospective Sun characters look like? Is it gonna be Muriel and then somebody else? Hey, Sestiel, what's up? Muriel plus Hild? Oh, Hild is red? Oh, I never really checked her element. I'll be honest with you. I don't know. In the back of my mind, it was just like, I don't know, maybe she's void. I didn't really care. I never really bothered checking what kind of element she had. I also never really wondered. I wasn't too bothered by it, you know? It was just something that happened. Why Yumina? Because at the time of me making that, they weren't released yet. But I guess I could try and put them on the tier list. Good combo for Red Tower. You know, I'm not too sure about that. Like, good combo for Red Tower. Brother, there's only so many red units in the entire game. I don't think it's that hard. Where would I put a Mina? I mean, people want to put her in A tier, but I like to be delusional, so I'm not gonna put her anywhere. Hee 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 hee. Ho 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 ho. Ha 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 ha. I'm just not gonna put her anywhere. But yeah, I'll make a tier list at some point. Not to worry about it. Can I show damage after the combat? It's not gonna be fair. We have a red DPS, a blue tank, and a yellow character with a green main DPS in a blue chapter. But yeah, sure, I can show you the damage after. Not gonna play PvP. I need to push the chapters, because otherwise my idle resources are just not gonna be worth more. But I also know that I should play RTA, because through RTA I'd be able to get myself tier 2 gear, which would be quite great. You know what? We'll check the damage numbers after the next mini boss, okay? Because the mini boss at least is gonna like tank a little more, you know? Best Arcana is first priority. Petra. The Petra Arcana, this 18% crit rate is probably the first priority. Or, on the other hand, Lacey with 6%, 6% is also pretty nasty. When does hard mode unlock for sectors? I believe after chapter 18. Or after chapter 17. It's 17 or 18. But trust me, it's going to be really hard. Shouldn't you already be getting tier 2 gear drops from stages and able to craft it? I am. But I am lazy. Me a lazy fuck. So I haven't crafted anything yet. I also have it as a topic for my video tomorrow, so I don't want to use up my resources yet. What else can I think of? Also, I learned something, that you can transmute tier 1 materials into tier 2 materials, which is pretty overpowered. What else? Brother, use your brain. There's something you wanted to say. I don't know, forgot about it. Too lazy to sweep stages? What do you mean sweep stages? Yeah, the reason why I'm not sweeping the stages is because I currently don't need it. Imagine if I'm able to beat stage 8 and now I would use all my stamina on sweeping stage 7. Wouldn't that be a little stupid? Don't you think? Like, before I know that I for a fact can't unlock the next stage, which would be stage 8, wouldn't I at least try? Gifting priority? I'd probably say your main DPS, so you can use the attack stat. But other good candidates would be Ashera, so that she heals more. Yeah, so your main DPS or Ashera would probably be one of the best beneficiaries, but also you kind of want to do it a bit more evenly, and that is because once you go past a certain affinity level, you can get multiple levels on one character in exchange for one of the higher levels. Hello, Yumino or Lacey, if you think that Rosaria will take Lacey's spot. You're probably still... I mean, I think the real question is Belris or Roberta versus Lacey. And a lot of people are very much in love with Belris, or Belle, how she's called on the global version. So I feel like it would probably be better to compare her to other, for example, Green Rangers, right? Yumina's skill hits like a truck. It's always relative, right? Like, if I had another character with the same level of investment, would they hit harder? Yes or no, right? I think it's all a question of perspective to some degree. Lacey build all attack or crit rate with tier 2 gear? Ooh, I've seen both. I don't know if I could tell you exactly which one is better, but it looks like the primary focus for Lacey is as much attack as you can get. That's what it looks like. Your bunny girl Claire crits for 13k ults with the crit set. Let me guess, you're also running her with bunny girl, with noble princess Faye? I want to call her bunny girl because it's easier. I don't want to like name her noble princess. Alright, so somebody wanted to see the damage stats. Did you watch G2 stomping Gen G today? Fuck, I knew I missed something today. Did they really? I knew I was missing something today because I think I watched G2 versus BLG and that was a disaster. How did that happen? How did G2 beat Gen G? I need to watch the K-Drill live. Like I need to watch him react to that shit live. Oh, my guy is gonna glaze that to hell and back. I already know it. A best of 5. Damn. Yeah, I did not expect to get spoiled as well. I'm sorry. All right. So these are the statistics. Yeah. No spoilers. When did the match end? Was it semi-recently? League first stand. Like, did it just end? Did you just spoiler all of us? Or did it end like hours ago? Like, did it happen hours ago? Like, multiple hours? Or did it just happen like 7 hours ago? That's fine. That's alright. If it happened 7 hours ago, that's alright. But damn, what the fuck? That's crazy. Your hardest hitting attack by far is Lazy Water and Fire Pillar. For me personally, I really like Bunny Girl Frey with her punch, where she just like punches someone for thousands. What are we talking about? You just joined. Okay, Groot Plays. If you're a fan of League, mute me for the next 5 seconds. If you're not interested in League, don't mute me, okay? So, remember, right? G2 beat Gen G in a best of 5, 3-0. Yeah. How did that happen? I don't know myself. I'll have to watch that back. Gosh damn it. BG Frey is broken though. I mean, Bunny Girl Claire is broken as well in a blue team, no? Crazy day for EU fans, yeah, I can't understand it. How did they do it? That's amazing. Bunny Frey's second screen journey preparation is something. I have not played enough journey manually yet to truly comment on the artwork, but what I have seen is summertime Yumina playing volleyball. Beach volleyball more specifically. I run Bunny Girl Flay, Bunny Girl Claire, Emily and Ash. Smart. And I have Bunny Girl Charlotte too, but Bunny Girl Claire seems to be better with Frey. Oh, definitely, but what is stopping you from running Bunny Girl Charlotte, Bunny Girl Claire? But okay, I guess you'd be losing out on a healer. But you could try. You could try it. Oh, also, if you wanted to make the ultimate blue team seems to be Emily, Bunny Girl Frey, Bunny Girl Claire, and Lou, L-U-G-H. So the Bunny Girl series is broken. You could probably also count Ashera Volts into the Bunny Girl series. But no, the problem is Bunny Girl Scarlet. She's cooked. I think she's cooked. I just don't know why. How important are Arcanas in comparison to Saviors? Please don't level up SR cards. Wait for some Arcana standard summons. get like a random Arcana selector, do something else, but you're going to be throwing 600,000 gold down a hole and you'll never get it back. I got Lu on 2 stars. She seems like a PvP unit. I mean, doesn't she do defense down? Like defense break? Buddy's using Bunny Girl Skull and she gets MVP every fight. That's awesome. Do the Bunny Girl kids have kids that interact with each other? Definitely Bunny Girl Bunny Girl Frey and Bunny Girl Claire are made and meant to be played together. Bunny Girl Charlotte could probably fit in as well. I have 4 level 40 SR Arcanas from first day. That is 2.4 million. What did you do? Who told you to level up 4 different SR Arcanas to level 40? Who told you that? Like, was it like an achievement that told you to level up Arcanas? Was it just a misclick? What was the initiator for that? You have a 3-star share. Which gear set should I choose? Okay, you can go full balls and you can go no balls, okay? Okay, not quite, that's not the truth. You can go safe or you can have fun. If you want to go safe, you go HP with barrier. If you want to have fun, then you go crit with barrier. Think you can reset Arcanas? Are you sure? Like, before you say that, do know that it's very important for us to know that information. Like, don't say something like that without it being true. Because that would be very monumental if it was true. But yeah, just because you didn't get... I don't think I got a single SSR Arcana on my day 1 as well, but I also didn't care. SR Arcanas only need level 25. Not if he full duped them. Not if he full duped them. Just starting the game. Should I reload for at least 2 a share if I don't want to pay just yet? Something close to it. Okay, let me explain it to you. So the idea is you're going to do like this. This is not on reroll. This is like a what should your account look like by day 1, day 2, day 3? This does not have to happen on the reroll, right? But let's talk about characters, okay? So what you want to get is at least 1 Ashera and then preferably 1 or 2 from this line up here. And if that isn't possible, you want to do 2 Asheras, right? Like the split is kind of like 1 here, 1 to 2 here, or 2 of those and 1 of these. You got all Ashera copies, should you keep pulling? I mean, if you pull on her banner and you get another Ashera, it's going to feel a little sad, but it's still the best banner to get the other top tier characters in terms of raids. Where do you spend willpower early game? You can, the Candle Square. In the Candle Square, when you run out of your daily attempts for something like the skill up dungeon, that is when you can then use willpower. Big bleeds, look. Whenever he acts, he's dead. Okay, he'll probably die before he acts. But, yeah, in the Candle Square, when you run out of the tickets per day, you can use willpower, or once you beat, I think, chapter 5, you can also just do gear dungeons. Was it the Petra Arcana you only wanted up to 35? Yes. The Petra Arcana that has the 18% crit chance, you only want to level 34 instead of 35. Which one is the Arcana that gives the crit? Which crit? There's a lot of ones that give crit, but the big one is Petra or the Battle Pass one. I didn't get a share. You have the other support with big boobs. Is Dark Element, I think. I feel like that one's a PvP menace. Yeah, it's a PvP menace, but I don't know how useful they are in PvE. Why not level 35? I think the idea here is when you go to level 35 on Petra, you unlock a certain event or a certain stat type that makes your journey outcome slightly less likely to be super optimal. I think that's kind of like the reason. Like there's some type of like event or some type of reward she unlocks when she's level 35 that you would rather not have. I think it's maybe the chance for like getting focus training, like extra training for the focus stat or something like that. But yeah, it has something to do with what she unlocks on level 35. You're doing guilds on this game like you did on Silver and Blood? We already have 3 guilds. But 3 is all we have at the moment, so we have like 60 spaces. We're going to make a big like cleansing and redoing and all that stuff once guild defense ends, because for now you cannot remove members. Damn, you made a 35? I mean, I did as well. I would probably assume it's pretty minor of a benefit, but it's hard to say, right? This guy is frying us. Quite badly, in fact. What happens when you pull the 5th copy of a unit since 4 is max? You get 2% more HP, 2% more attack, and 2% more defense. Sounds like irrelevant amount of min-maxing that Petra thing. See, Endgame journey is all about irrelevant levels of min-maxing that aren't irrelevant because it's min-maxing. I mean, let's have a look. I feel like we can figure out what it does, right? One last question. When do you unlock tier 2 gear? Once you beat chapter 14, you get access to tier 2 gear. So, Arcana bananas. Wrong. Sorry. No, I think it can still help us, right? Let's go into the database instead. So we go database, we go into an Arcana, we go into her level 35. What does it do? This one. When bond points are at 60 or higher doing sensory training, super training chance plus 130. I think that's what you don't want. So I guess the idea here is you would rather have a higher chance of getting super training for vitality or attack than getting super training for will for focus. You bought the $15 pack. What is the best Arcana to pick? Don't use it. Like, trust me, do not use this pack until you know what you're doing. So, let me give you a bit of an example and whatnot. So, this $15 pack includes quite a few of these Arcanas, right? What you should do instead, right? What you should do instead is make sure that, let's say you have this one, you get this one, you get this one, and you're only missing 1, 2, and then 3, then you can pick, right? Make sure you summon with the standard summons, make sure you summon with the event standard summons, make sure you summon with, let's say, gems, make sure you summon with random boxes before you use the selector. The selector should only be used to, like, finish off. Did I spend cash? Honestly, I think we're past the point of what you could get free to play, but I think still fully free to play if you were to min-max everything since day one, and if you had enough game knowledge and foresight, you would probably be able to get somewhere into the 100 plus range, where then the main sources of Starlight, if you haven't used those yet, right? One of the biggest sources of Starlight is in the Monologue Must End event shop. Here you'll be able to get yourself 20 hours worth, right? You could get 20 hours worth. Here it's an additional, so this like 22 hours worth. You have to some degree the ability to get more in, I think these 4 event shops here as well. Here's like an additional hour or so, so these 4. Maybe one of these is actually a bit more, I'm not too sure. Let's see. No, they are all 1 hour. Tower. Tower also gives you purple thingies. The ranking chests, right? Very important. Use the ranking chests to pick the crystals instead of like gold or experience, for example. Your whole team is 119? Yeah, see, that's what I thought, right? I think we're slightly past the point of what you can get fully free to play. But hey, that means I was pretty decent at guessing, right? Hey, I'm a little proud of myself here. I think it was a pretty decent guess. Good shit. There's a 1 month purchase with diamonds in the store. Let's have a look. So you mean shop, Apocalypse shop, I know what you're talking about. Supply pack, monthly, gems. No, it's the wrong ones. These ones. 24 hours worth for 1,800. I mean, it's kind of like you're buying a standard temple at 200 gems cheaper and you're getting a bit more Starlight Essence, I guess. I mean, that is 48 hours here. But this one would at least be a bit more worth it. If you had to buy this, I would do the Arcana one instead. If you had to. I'm free to play and right now the only good Arcanas I have are Charlotte and Petra. It's better to use the free SSR fighter Arcanas over shitty SSRs. Define shitty SSRs, right? Just because they're low on a tier list doesn't mean that they don't have a better perk than an SR, because that's usually what's the case, right? Don't buy the T2 equipment for gold. You know what? To some degree, it depends on what exactly is on offer. To some degree. I mean, we can check my current pieces. Let's have a look at this. It's the barrier set. If this happens to be speed main stat, it could be worth it. It's crit rate, so don't buy that shit, right? Like, there is some tiny fraction where sale meets good piece, where you could somewhat justify it. Only the purple thingies are not as bad, but you also get massively bottlenecked by gold. True. Okay. Give me a vote in the comments. What should we do? Arcana temple to get a potential perfect bunny girl, which is like the only thing we really need. Or character temple and try to get somebody like a Luna, an additional Ashera, I don't know, Lacey, Charlotte, Claire, Frey, those would all obviously be fine. Maybe a Belle, I don't have a Belle. I feel like we're more likely to hit on the character banner actually. You need 1.5? I mean, let me show you something. Yeah, I don't want that, at least not for now. Here, if you're curious, what is the cost to bring one character to level 139? There you go. 4.4 million gold, 40 million XP, 33,715. Yeah, I was lucky enough to get the Frey Bunny Arcana. I was lucky enough to do that. Arcana isn't stupid. Like, it's at least not dumb. That's because it has some really good ones, right? Like the Ashera one is good. The Quiet Moment of Rest is good, at least for tanks, right? So for example, Emily. The Perfect Bunny Girl is good, and Indomitable Masterpiece is also good as well. A clumsy way to relieve desire, though, can be argued that you can run it on a Bunny Girl Charlotte. Imaginary Pioneer Omega, I think it's like A tier or so. It's not like the best, but it's still decent. Yeah. Alright, I mean, who knows? In the end, it probably doesn't matter, because who's going to get a SSR here anyway, right? Yeah, so what exactly were we discussing, you know? Unfortunate. There go our 2000 gems. Yeah. Oh well. Now, can I limit break another Arcana? I feel like I've limit broken every Arcana possible. Yeah. I think so. Oh, you know what? Maybe there's some rewards in here. Oh, tier 2 gear. Huh. Huh. Let's try to beat it without tier 2 gear. That'd be interesting. Let's see if we can do it. Yeah, the free random Arcana stuff is nice. But you know what's even better? Like, if you haven't done it yet, make sure you buy standard Arcana summons from the event operation with the star currency. Where's an Arcana tier list? You can take a screenshot. Like, if you want to know what I'm referencing all the time. You can take a screenshot right now. What's the triangle? I think it means that they are set about to be buffed or something like that. I'm not too sure. Do I have a limit break tier list? Let me remind you again, brother. I'm only human after all, and the game's been out for... let's see. The game's been out for 3 days. You gotta give me a little longer than that to do a limit break tier list on legit every single character in the game. Because keep in mind, it's a bunch of characters. It's all pretty new. And they all can get limit broken up to 3 times. T2 is the best equipment tier aside from the color? Yes. But you don't want to invest into tier 2 purple, because it's just straight up worse than tier 2 gold. So tier 2 gold is the only thing you really care about. So what banner for pulling Arcanas? If possible, you want to make it happen through selectors. And also random chance. So what I mean with random chance is if you do 200 standard summons combined between normal and Arcana banner, you can get a random Arcana's chest. That one is peak. Like the random Arcana chest is peak. You should absolutely buy that one. But yeah, then outside of that, obviously you just do the standard banner. But gem-wise, the only banner worthy of your gems is most likely going to be the Ashera Vaults banner. But even then it's a tough call, and preferably you want to get all your Arcana summons without having to spend like a lot of gems on that one. What's my gear level? Some pieces level 10, most pieces level 0. I'm heavily underutilizing gear at the moment, but we are in chapter 15 and so far it's going fine. I think most people would be able to get a Petra through the Arcana selector at the end of the login. Yeah. But I feel like at the end of the login, you can also just have a look at what you're missing and then pick the best one based on what you're missing, right? Yeah, I accidentally bought a limit break for the Arcana No Pain No Gain without having her because I thought it would unlock. See, that's because you use 2 different currencies. If you were to have bought it with the premium currency, it would have been an unlock. But because you bought it with the standard currency, it wouldn't have been an unlock. You should have done the random chest instead in terms of unlocking it. But you know what this also means? You will get a limit break for no pain, no gain whenever you finally get it. So that's not too bad. I'm at 15.6 at 119 with no essence to level more. Did you start using tier 2 gears? I haven't yet started to use it, but I know where to get it. You can obviously get it from the dungeons, right? But you can also start to craft it, so you can convert your old tier 1 material into tier 2 material. And you can also... Nice. Was that it? Hell yeah. You can also play RTA. You can play real-time arena to get currency to buy tier 2 selectors. What's this shit? Polaris support box. That's the one where you get 2 of everything if you... or 2 of whatever you choose. But the value is kind of atrocious. Bye-bye. WG, W equals WG. Close enough. Close enough. Big W's. Alright. Temple for standard. Upgrades for our upgrades. Upgrades for our upgrades. Wisdom has been deployed. What is this? Tier 2 selection chest. Some level up materials. Some Arcana materials. Great. Alright, let's do a temple. Thoughts on Kyra? I know that her Arcana is kinda sick. But her personally, I don't own her, unfortunately. Cash money. Give us a banger. Okay. Okay. That's great. Who's it gonna be? Ooh, they're edging us. I don't know. Are you good? I think she's average-ish, right? Maybe. You? Okay, maybe she's not average-ish if the reaction is you. Okay, tough times. Alright, tough times. Okay. Okay. Alright, so didn't really change much in the grand scheme of things, eh? You think I should claim my rewards for the passes? Yeah, right? I think that'd be good. let me claim those rewards real quick. There we go. Nice. This as well. Hey, more gear. Yay. Look, it's gems. Wow. Awesome. I don't know what people always get in RTA. I mean, maybe she does something. Oh, shit. Somebody said RTA bot R, meaning that it's a bot. Alright, let's do one SSR character on this banner and then let's continue using our brain a little bit. If this is in Ashera, I think this is where I stop summoning, like, total. Because I don't think I need a 5th copy of her. It's a lot of purple. Unfortunately, that's all it is. A lot of purple. Whee! Okay. Yeah, this seems like a good point to stop. Like 4k gems, 20 summons. Combined with the one before, we're averaging like what, 30 to 40? Okay, who am I wishing for? I think Luna would be fun because she's rare. Emily would be hilarious. Ashera would obviously be a dream catch. I don't want an Omega. I don't want a Scarlet. Give me a bell because I don't have any.
偉大で高貴な竜。こんにちは。こんにちは。こんにちは。モナステル公国の師団長シャルル。そなたを守るつ。
Pretty good.
はい、団長殿。ご命令を。
So, what are we gaining? We're going from 5% to 10%, and we're going from 5% action gauge to 8% action gauge. Great. You got a double SSR and it was a Scarlet Omega. Oof, at that point you kinda wish it never happened, huh? Can I resist temptation? Not really, right? How can I stop on the banner until I get a Shara, right? Fuck me, man. Watch me regret it. Watch me regret it. Regrets are starting to set in. Yeah. It would... Maybe there was a reason why I wanted to stop after one SSR, you know? Maybe there actually was like a deeper purpose to this. Oh well, it's time we think about something else. How many Asheras? The final one. Okay, T1 gear. Do I care? No, I'm going to keep the selector box because I'm dirty like that. So we now have 5 T2 gear boxes, which is an awkward number. And then we have 2 amulet ones. Oh, okay. What are these sets? Interesting. Yeah. Okay, how do I do this? I know that I have boots that have hit effect. So if I want to use the hit effect boots, I need to pick one of the thing. Okay, I think I know what I do. So we do crit here. Could be better. It could be better. Could be better. I guess I'm just gonna pick them up anyway. Boots can never hurt nobody. Could be better. Let's go with another weapon, because why not? You know what? I'm gonna keep it. Okay, and here... what I want here is one of them needs to be crit chance. Let's just go with the necklace. Could be better. And then for the ring, I want hit effect. That's at least decent. That's looking better than whatever the fuck else we were looking at before. Okay. So, let's remove the gear and let's equip the new stuff. So we have these boots, which look quite nice to some degree. And we have this ring. This one's kind of like, this one's ass. Just wanted to mention that. And then let's make sure we equip all of these. You know what? I feel like I'm better off just changing this into tier 1. I mean, look at those stats. They're a lot more pleasing. I feel like. Ah, but then the side effect breaks. Ah, forget about it. Forget about it. Didn't I get myself like another tier 2 piece somewhere? I just don't remember what it was. Oh yeah, boots. I got myself tier 2 boots for some reason. Yeah. That's true. Tier 2 gear doesn't seem all that crazy, huh? Alright. Let's put in the old plus 10s. Oh, this shit is expensive. How many of those do you need? 100k, huh? Prayers. I feel like we got scammed. Effect risk seems a little too high for my taste. That shit going up by 3%? That can't be good. That can't be good. Yeah. Alright, awesome. Fantastic. I'm loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. What kind of necklace did I pick? It's crit rate, right? Yeah, so I can just pick a crit rate as well. Okay, so let's see. T2 integrated gear, give me crit rate with speed. No, that's not the one. Defense, speed, there we go. I mean, that's better than the other one. That's for sure. And then with this one, I summon... we got crit boots already. I summon a crit weapon. Ugh, that's a diabolical. Okay, so that's at least better. Yeah. Whee! How can you do more chapters one by one? What do you mean? How can I do more chapters one by one? I'm confused. Where did I get these tier 2 gearboxes? You start to get them as a reward from the progression pass once you beat chapter 14. For a carry is crit rate better over attack send. For everybody outside of, I think, Lacey, I think so. The auto continue for operation. I always only do one stage at a time. I don't think there's a way to like change that. I don't know. Seems like a scam as well. Oh well. Oh well. Maybe we can get a bunch of crit rate here. Who knows? Maybe we can get a bunch of crit rate. Hey, 2.8% doesn't seem too bad. Okay. Now there was an ability to bind gear, right? Here, engrave. For 20,000. Ah, sure. More stats, say less. You can do that with tier 1 gear as well, it just needs to be level 15. Do I recommend doing this before before you get tier 2 gear? Not really, and that is because the quest seems to give you materials that you need to like level up. Like I think I got most of my purple thingies from the quest as a reward. Hey, speed! But 1 speed seems pretty shitty. This damn fucking game, always pushing its limits. Oh well. 1 is a lot? Hell no. Surely you can get like a +2, +3 on speed. There's no way 1 speed is the max roll. Right? There is no way in hell the max roll of speed is a +1. That'd be very weird. I'd question my decisions at that point. Oh, why does this cost so much gold? Fuck. Maybe that's enough? God fucking damn it. That's expensive. It's like 37 hours worth of gold. Uh-oh. 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 I mean, is there extra substat gear here? I don't know. I don't know about that. You just got Emily's Arcana? Congratulations. Like, I don't think there's like these special substat here. The only thing it does seems is to increase the main stat when you engrave it. Even more? Brother, what the fuck? This is way too expensive. But yeah, no, obviously the way to get tier 2 gear would be right here. You go to Mr. Motivator, and then we can use this currency, and then we can craft everything, and then it's gonna give us some random tier 2 motivator gear piece. Like, for visual effect, should we just do 10? Sure, let's do it. Okay. What are the odds that this one is that this one is attack percent? Apparently pretty damn low. But look at the substats, those would have been goated. Yeah, I feel like you can pretty much ignore everything that's not gold. Like, why would you bother investing into something that starts with 1 substat less? Right? Like, why would you do that? Purple tier 2 is trash. I mean, it's legit worse substats than gold tier 2. So, Let's see how much cash we can actually get back. Wow, look at these numbers. Insane. 500 gold for a piece. Wow. Wow. Magnificent. It's 400. Look, it's 400 if I were to sell it plus 10. So yeah, looks like we're legit better off just feeding it into other pieces. Like, if they tell me that a plus 10 is plus 400, shit just doesn't make any sense. Should you upgrade your break skill? I don't think so. The upgrade, like, if you're a whale, yes, go ahead. But if you're a sane person, don't do it. You know what? Maybe it was a good idea that this was so expensive. Because we can probably upgrade 2 characters. Yeah, look. We can upgrade 2 characters from 119 to 129. For the same price it would have been to get 1 from 139 to 149. So maybe we should do this instead. Seems like a better use of my resources. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, let's try to gear Muriel. We got a couple more tier 2 pieces lying around. But I'm not the craziest fan of them right now, I'll admit. Seeing how expensive every upgrade is, better be careful. Agreed. I mean, these are half decent. Valor set boots. At least. That's nice. I mean, okay, this piece is garbage. So it wouldn't be that much of a problem to swap this out for this one. Which is also garbage. So I guess nothing really changes. I mean, you can just take the old piece, smack it into the new one. Oh yeah, look. That's a lot of experience. Ah, that's what the auto select button is for, huh? See, it's even auto put to unique or lower. Isn't that great? Very nice. Now that was a problem. We used up all our resources. Oh well, I guess we level it up to the maximum. Shit happens. Do I have anything else? No. Do I have any more selection boxes? No. Alright. Alright. I feel like it's time we take on the tower. Tower 90 should give us some more selection boxes. So let's see if we're powerful enough to beat it. How to get here to stuff? Tower 90 and beyond, and chapter 14 and beyond. Yeah. You know what's great about the tower? We can just skip. That's the best part about the damn tower, I swear. And you know what's awesome? Even if it doesn't work on the first attempt, you can just try again and RNG might be different. They might not resist an effect, they might get hit with an effect. They might just attack somebody else. So you know the fastest way to beat a tower stage you can't beat is to probably try to auto it 5 times. And if that doesn't work, then you have to manual it.
徹底した武器の手入れこそ勝利へ。危険手当は必要なさそうね。危険手当は必要なさそうね。
Is it good to make all Arcana SSRs level 35? No. There is ones that are good and there's ones that are bad. If you make every one level 35, you're going to run out of gold and then you're going to be fucked. You wasted so much time watching the damn tower battles LMAO, shit happens. No, you can skip tower even if you're below in CP. Also, can we fucking stop abbreviating combat power? Enough is enough. Just say power, please. Okay? Like, at this point, I'm going to get arrested even though I'm entirely innocent. Like, please. Here, look. We are on 94,000 recommended. We only have 87. But we are still able to just skip. It just doesn't guarantee that we win, but we did win. And you saw the last time we attempted it, we actually lost. That's what I told you, right? The fastest way to beat a tower stage is to see if you can skip it 5 times. At this rate, aren't you going to hit the level wall? What level wall? You mean level 160 plus? There is a ginormous difference between level 140 and level 160. I'd be careful at assuming that. And even then, I think I'm fine. I'm not too sure if I have 4 characters at max dupes. But I feel like I could have. Let me see. I got Yumina maxed. I got Emily maxed. I have Harley maxed. Do I have a third one? Do I have a fourth one? I don't know, but the level until 180 is crazy. What to spend stamina on before tier 2 gear is available? You can spend it on the blue orbs that you need to level a character's resonance and a character's skill levels. I don't know what they're called, but you know what I mean. Right? You can level you can use it on blue orbs, but you can also use it on resonance promotion material. Aw, look, we got defeated on 83%. Terrible, terrible. Let's try to auto skip it one more time. Floor 100. What does this box do? Town Guard support box. Ooh, it's a double split. See, this is a bit annoying with this game. In terms of cash money, there are certain support boxes, not just for events, but also obviously for packs, that have a different split. There's one that has 2 for everything. There's one that has 2 for essence. There's one that's 2 for gold, and there's one that's 2 for experience, where then obviously certain one of these would be more valuable. Alright, so it's a red stage. No wonder that we're losing. We're bringing green main carry into a red stage. But how close are we? 95% completion. I mean, at this point we might as well try to manual it. Thoughts for Roberta plus Bunny Girl Frey? Sure. Have at it, but you might be getting too much crit rate. Or you could really have found your justification for the crit damage set. I am leveling all 4 characters. Trust me, once you get to the around level 80 plus range, when you try to push one character super far ahead, it gets so fucking expensive that you're better off just pushing all 3 characters for the same resources you would get to go 10 up on your highest. How many observations have I used? I don't know. I have no idea. We would have to check the achievement personally. It's been a while since I played manual. You can go to get close to 100% crit rate. Yeah, but he's using Bunny Girl Frey. Bunny Girl Frey applies a 30% crit rate boost, which is why I would then recommend at that point crit damage set, right? Yeah, you know what? Let's burst. And get ourselves a barrier. Hope he actually attacks her. There we go. Nice. I think the biggest problem for like a Shara is if the enemy uses AoE attacks. Because she doesn't really do well with healing multiple targets. Healing just one tank? Fine. Healing multiple targets? Little tough. Why the fuck do these skills have the same cooldown? How did we end up in this situation, ladies and gentlemen? Is it because of us beating a boss and moving forward? Like, how? You know what I mean? I feel like I played all the skills in a row, so then why are they both on 1 turn cooldown? What to do when you're stuck on a stage? Manual it. If manualing it doesn't work, see if you can change your team comp to maybe another DPS that's type effective. See if that works. If that doesn't work, see if you can improve your journey. Maybe you got some new Arcanas. Maybe you can get some more stats. Maybe something else along those lines. If that doesn't work, see if you can obviously resonance someone, see if you can affinity someone, see if you can level up some gear pieces, give some more speed, see if you can skill up. If that doesn't work, see if you can beat another tower stage to get some more materials. And then you look at a character's level, and then you go into your storage and you make sure you level that character up. Yeah. Or obviously, as you heard from Mr. Gamaran, just use the credit card. Oh, there you go. Is Bunny Girl Charlotte a good carry? I don't know if you would necessarily compare her to be like a full carry, but she is certainly good at dealing damage. And oh my, I regret not having bursted on Emily right now. What story are we at? We just beat 1536. So we are in the beginnings of... chapter... 16. Luckily we can get ourselves a barrier. That should hopefully keep us alive, maybe for like a turn longer. Big damage. She stays alive, that's awesome. What happens if I burst with this one? Nothing. Alright, then let's just hit him. Perfect, perfect scenario. More bleed stacks is awesome because now we can prolong the bleed stacks by 1 turn. He resisted the bleed turn prolongation? How's that even a thing? That doesn't seem very fair. That's annoying. How to get the cube overload break skill? I have a video on it. Fuck, I should have made that a dedicated video. But the way you can do that is you go into the Apocalypse shop, you use your observation records, and after your observation records, so you go into your shop, Apocalypse shop, observation record section, scroll to the very bottom, buy 50 break skill tickets, then watch main story 3-7 in the Arcana section, and then you just buy it under tactical analysis. Sounds a little complicated, it really isn't as bad. Ooh, removing 1 debuff on allies. I feel like we have a lot of debuffs right now. Maybe I should have done this sooner. Are we dead? Looks like it. God damn it, Mr. Void Usurper. What's the recommended power for 110? 103k. No wonder with the blue main, with the green main DPS, we ain't making a lot of waves. Oh well. We can try again, see if auto does what it does. 79%. Nope, it's not doing what it does. So yeah, recommended attribute is blue, but we're using green. And we are also 16,000 underpowered, so yeah. That seems like a bit of the limit. But luckily, we can also just empower us, make ourselves a little stronger by collecting some free rewards. Did you know that? Free rewards are always great. It's right here. The interstellar whatever the hell missions. We get a guaranteed SSR. And we also get 4 tier 2 integrated gearbox selection chests. Awesome. I already know what I'm gonna do with those. What I'm going to do with these is I am going to pick 1. That looks like a decent piece. I'm gonna pick 2. Oh, this looks alright. I'm gonna pick 3. It looks a little too offensive for my taste. And I'm gonna pick number 4. Oh well. Alright, and then we head to our saviors. Attack, huh? Pfft. Couldn't have been HP percent, had to be attack. Eosh. And then I guess we upgrade these ones for about as high as it gets. Oh well. Is a Pindle 3-star worth to use? Do I have her? I don't. Grant self 1 stack of chill when a moon attribute ally triggers a critical hit, deals 10% increased damage when she uses her at max stacks, removes after using it, and at max dupes 15% attack, higher chill grant chance. I don't know about that, man. I mean, you can try it. Just make sure you don't invest too much into resonance and whatnot. You can just give it a shot by resetting another character's level or just having her in Starlink and just seeing what happens. Why is there an exclamation mark? Missions. Ah, we did the dailies. Nice. Oh yeah, look at this. This also gives you stuff, which is great. Alright, let's make sure we buy this. Just so I don't forget about it. Oh, also the enhancement stone was kind of nice. Oh, Polaris support box is huge as well. Like, you could pick gold, you could pick Starlight Essence. Pretty big. Oh. Oh, look. Even more stuff. Can I change my main lobby track to this? Is that possible? Wallpaper, extra moment, slot, settings, add lobbies. So I got blessed with 4 Harleys for this. Ay. Wait, what the fuck? I did not want to... That was unintentional. I thought I was actually canceling. Could you see my Arcanas? Can I show you my Arcanas before the day started? I feel like that's a lot more realistic. Let me show you my Arcanas from like 4 hours ago. Let me show you my Arcanas. Yeah, I think that's better. It's somewhere in here, trust. Ah, forget about it. Operations should play in the background, they should. I just show you. Alright, this is what we currently have. So, before today, before 4 hours ago, did not have this, did not have this, did not have this, did not have this, did not have this as well. Before today, I had this one, this one, this one, and this one. Yeah. So I gained 5 Arcanas. I basically doubled the amount of good Arcanas I have in a day. Obviously, we also have some other ones down here, but they really aren't worth mentioning. Like, yeah, I mean, maybe you could consider the tank one to be quite good, but I don't have them leveled, so I don't use them. Well, to spend 200 points on the no pain no gain Arcana, it's a dupe, brother, it's a dupe. Do not get baited into retardation decisions by missing the fact that it's not the full Arcana. I think you're talking about... Wait, maybe not. The actual no pain, no gain? No, shouldn't be in the shop. If you have the no pain, no gain in here right now, it's still only a dupe. But what you should buy instead for 200 points is this one. This is like a 40% chance to get a good one. Emily one is peak, Charlotte is peak, Lynn is peak, Muriel is peak, Petra is peak, Lacey is peak, Kyra is peak. Besta is pretty good. Besta is pretty good. Frey, the normal one, seems to be quite decent. Yeah. You bought the Frey Arcana for 200? Yeah, that's something that can technically make sense. Because the only way you're realistically getting this one otherwise, the only way you're realistically getting this one is from like the Ashera banner. And it's like a 1 in 16. The Bell one. Let's have a look. Is the Bell one that glaze worthy? Let's see. That should be Roberta. Should be Guild. Should be something else. This one. Yeah. That's pretty good. Ranger only, save crit rate up by 5 whenever you use a basic attack skill. The only problem is that you don't start out with it, right? I guess that's the only thing you could argue against this one. And maybe that the effect hit skill of focus is a little unwanted. Yeah. Rip, Charlotte, cheat code Arcana. Rest in pieces. To be fair, most rangers will have a debuff. That is very true. On most rangers it does make sense. The only issue is the fact how debuffs work. Debuffs have a 20% chance to fail. Like, regardless of how high your application chance is, everybody has a 20% innate resistance to debuffs. Great, right? So no matter how high it is, and no matter how high your effectiveness percentage, there's a 1 in 5 chance your debuff is just gonna miss. For no reason. No, it's not just Epic 7 is 25% worse. Somehow the devs heard about Epic 7 and decided, let's make it more annoying. You bought the chest, I recommend you got the Petra Arcana. Hey, no problem, brother. Enjoy. No problem. Been a pleasure. Whoa, would you look at that? 500 Gemaroonies, some tickets, some resources. And now we can refresh the board. And get the same thing all over again. That's pretty generous. I feel like you're gonna be able to get like 4 to 5 completions of this event throughout its duration. So that's like 2,500 gems, 60 of the Starlight Essence boxes, 60 of the gold boxes, 60 of the reparation report boxes, 15 entry tickets, 6 skill cube, what is this? Like 2 of them, so like 12 skill cube chests. That's pretty good. You can only max it out 3 times. Let's have a look at the rules. Link completion reward. Hey, it's 4. It does say bonus. So I think you can complete it as many times as you want, but you're only getting gems for the first 2. For the last one, you get 5 Arcana summons, which technically is 1,000 gems, technically. And here you get some upgrade materials. Still pretty good. That is still pretty good, no? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Yup. Yup, 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 yup. Okay, was it enough to be strong enough to beat the tower? I feel like we're still gonna get curb stomped. But we did upgrade to a bit of tier 2 gear. So, who knows? Maybe things are different now. Kanjo? Maybe things are different now. Okay, we gained around like 800 battle power. Doubtful. Hey, we are at 94% completion rate though. That's pretty close. Let's go! Cash! Money! Alright, look at that. 46.9% MVP on Yumina. 110k damage. Very sweet. Keep in mind, this is type ineffective. Still use the class box? Same. Never using that thing. Yeah, I swear, until I know what I'm doing, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. Emily 5-star carrying. Ah, shut up. Shut up, big man. It's clearly Emily with the tier 2 gear. It's the entire reason why. Imagine how much faster story would be if there was a skip button in story. You don't really want to think about it, right? Which set should you farm? Crit. Unless lazy, everybody prefers crit. Because crit at 30% is just insanity. Oh, look at this. 99 cents for a single box. Wow. So gracious. Oh, we made it to 115. Hey, the recommended attribute is green. Surely. Surely it's only a power gap of 17k. Come on, bro. This is legit your fight. Hey, hello. Wake up. Yumina, wake up. Wake up. Wake up. This is your fight. Like... What do you mean recommended attribute? We have blue enemies with a blue tank? Like, come on. Wake the fuck up. Lock the fuck in. Hey! What's going on? Why are we so down? Things ain't worky. I don't like that. Okay, what is your speed? 154? What's your speed? I don't care about your speed actually. 127, 151, 170. Ooh, shit. Who's leader? Ashara is. Let's make her the leader. Hehehehe. Let's see if that changes anything. How do I reset my character level? There's a big fat button below it. The only thing you cannot reset is resonance and skill levels. It costs you 10 gems. There's like a big fat button that says level reset for character. Come on, Yumina, lock the fuck in. What's going on? 74%. I guess we have to manual this. I gotta play manual in my game? Oh no. Oh no. That's criminal. Why is she getting hit so much? Right? Like, why is she getting hit so much anyway? Yeah, my Muriel is too slow. My Muriel is just too slow. For what I'm intending to do. Oh well. Ah, it's this fucker again. How's that even possible? I swear I've seen him 100 times. Yeah, this is a barrier scenario. Somehow he's gonna whip out some mega big dick damage single target and I would be glad to have the barrier. Okay, the barrier was super tiny somehow, but oh well. Boosted ultimate? No. Let's go! Yeah, look. If I didn't do the barrier, she'd be dead now. She's probably still dead, but if I didn't do it, she would be even more dead. Like, you know, super dead. Why do you have a Nova Burst basic, lady? What does that mean? 17,000? Uh-oh. Oh, didn't apply? Great. Oh. I guess this is not a case for El Manuel. Oh well. We got very much destroyed. What could I do here? Something that helped in the past was putting in a bunny girl. That seems like a fucking stupid idea. Changing out a red unit for a red unit. I can surely come up with something better. What if I run double healer? Has anybody tried that? I mean, I don't even know what she does, but she looks like she's ready for war. Let's see, what do you do? Oh, fuck, it's one of those characters where you need a dupe. Ah! Shit. Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck. Yep, I mean, look. She can legit grant herself an extra turn. Ah, no. It's another Ashera Vault situation. Revive? know. It seems pretty good. Okay, nice. I don't have any gear for you though, because I just sold all my fucking gear. That's a problem. Did we get any more gear choices by chance? Oh, we do. Aha! 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 See, I knew it was a good idea to keep these tier 1 selection chests around. I knew it was gonna come in useful eventually. I just picked the ring, right? So I need a necklace. Speed. 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 Hello. Thank you. Okay. Having given your waifus gifts? No. I am completely unfamiliar with the concept of giving gifts to my favorite character. I've yet to hear about it. My affinity is very low. Yeah, if you're wondering where do you get affinity gifts, it's right down here. Miscellaneous gift, and you can craft it with this currency that you get in some places. So that can help a bit. Yeah. So yeah, level 45. Everybody else is kind of like a little bit more forgotten, you could say. Elizabeth! Boom. Bang. Oh shit. Alright. Bam, 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 bam. I might be investing a lot of resources for nothing here. But that's the risk I'm willing to take. All in the pursuit of Big Booba Lady that is going to make us beat stages super easily. Yeah. Big Booba Lady is gonna save us. If there's one thing I've learned in this life, that is trust in the assets, and the assets shall pay themselves off. Alright, time to do a journey. Big Booba Lady journey. I totally know what I'm doing. Health seems great. And more health seems awesome. Okay. We're looking for... I mean, this is tank exclusive, so... I guess speed is always great. More HP is awesome. Yeah, now what? I don't think she does any damage. Not to my knowledge. Oh well. Off we go. Kinda running out of Arcanas here to use. So might as well. Where am I in the sectors? We just beat sector 15. Hey, victorious in the final trial. 750 vitality, A plus and A. Sounds great. Potential points. Stigmata of speed is important. Stigmata of life is important. Talent of speed sounds juicy. And then I guess stigmata of insight. Some more max HP. Great. Here we go. There's a lazy Arcana dupe on my shop. Should you get it? Probably not. I'd rather say you wait. You know, if that's the option, just go for the random selector. You have a higher chance of like getting something that's interesting and something that's new, I feel like. Should I wait for SSR Arcanas before doing a journey? Not quite. You would always want to do the best journey you can to make your characters better, right? If possible, right? But obviously if you get a new Arcana for a character, you want to redo your journey, right? So that, yeah, so that they become better. You don't necessarily need SSR Arcanas to make it happen, but starting from normal and beyond, it's very much advised to start getting some. Okay, where am I? Regional dispatch tower, right? What are your predictions? Is this going to fail spectacularly, us putting in Booba Lady? Or is she actually going to make us be able to beat the stage? What do you think? Tower stage, we weren't able to beat it. And we are now just swapping in a one copy Booba Lady. Is this going to change the outcome? Low-key fail. Too slow due to Boobas. Let's have a look at her speed. She's fast as fuck, boy. 148 speed. Okay, on the other hand, our Ashera is kind of slow. Tough. Damn, why is my Emily so buff in terms of battle power? Why is she so high? I guess because it's level 119. Alright, you know we're actually going to do something different. We are going to not skip. We're going to auto. Ha! Let's see. Can Booba Lady make something happen here? Good start. Weird barrier. That's not that great. I feel like she ain't the best on auto. Using the revive ult, unless obviously it takes enough turns. Turn 1, I thought the AI would be smart enough to the point where it wouldn't use the revive ult unless somebody's dead. But I guess that's not happening. In auto, it just does roll versus your CP versus theirs. Oh, look at her! Booba Lady came in, gave him a slap, and we're winning. No, the AI design, it's not that bad. Like, if a character has a get an extra turn mechanic, they're going to use their get an extra turn mechanic first. And then their ultimate. So it's not completely terrible. Now the question is, will we survive until she can use her ultimate to revive our tank? Or maybe she decides to revive Ashara. Ah, ult's still on cooldown. Fuck. Okay. Manual it is. Manual it is. You DPS assassins and tanks? Smart. Smart. Alright. 2 shielder, 1 healer, 1 attacker. Who would I use as a second healer? If you can give me a good option, I can think about it. But look, this time we are smart. We're using the shield like a proper person on somebody where it makes sense. As well as also getting the attack buff on that unit. Cooker Sharon and Emily Journey 50-50 to push more damage. No. Health max. But you can max both and see what happens. But you do want maximum vitality. Okay, what does this ability do? Hey, yeah, sure. But it's 1 ally. Oh, sure. But damage reduction? Say less. Here. 25% reduced damage taken. That's great. Already time to burst. Now I'm regretting not having taken the burst artifact for Journey. The one that would give us extra currency. Oh well. We free to play? But if you want a good progression standpoint, somebody made it free to play all the way to having all their units being level 119. So that is where you could be if you were to min-max to a pretty good degree. Alrighty. So here we go. Let's just open up with the break skill. And hit him with the ult. Soulbind. What does that do? Max HP decreases. What a bitch. What a bitch this guy is. What do you mean max HP decreases? Annoying. Wait, how is the ult already ready? I could have sworn we just did that. Huh, I don't mind. I like it. It's pretty good. Okay, what can we soul burn with her? The basic. Oh. 25% damage reduction on burst? Alright. To our Emily. I don't mind that at all. Nice, look at them. Fucking dying. Pigs. Look at those bleeds. Holy shit. Holy shit. More bleeds than we know what to do with. Let's do another burst. Hit him with the good old gimme a barrier. Nice follow-up. So, I don't want to glaze myself, but we are doing the thing. Isn't that great? Like, we used Big Booba Lady, and, okay, you know what? Maybe we spoke too soon. We should beat him first, right? Damn, someone completed Sector 17. Yeah, I mean, there's if you wanted to know where currently the record is, it's somewhere in chapter 21. You can always check the ranked leaderboard for Arena, and you'll find somebody who's like level 38. And then you'll be like, ah, so that's the peak of human performance. And then I don't know what that's gonna tell you, but that's the way it goes. That's a lot of fucking damage. Maybe we aren't free yet, but we are going to be able to break him. Or at least get close to it. Big barrier! How long does it usually take to do your first journey run? Depending on how much you read, I would plan in around 45 minutes. Usually it takes between like 30 to 45 minutes, but like how much do you read, etc. Yada yada, you know? Normal difficulty. Yeah, I mean there, depending on how much more you read and how long your fights take, I guess could be even longer, maybe up towards like an hour. Or someone on your server cleared hard Operation Sector 1. Yeah, that's what you unlock after chapter 17. You unlock hard mode after chapter 17. Isn't that crazy? We didn't even need the revive. Cash. Let's go! Hey, I mean, I am feeling like I'm a lot more in control when I'm doing Chaos Hero Nightmare Chaos runs instead of Star Savior journeys. But I'm hoping that the hard difficulty is going to be a bit different, because there seems to be some type of like gear set or whatever that you might be able to gain there. Alright, 120 is a little outrageous, right? Yeah, I thought so. We could try to manual it, but yeah. Now the real question is, do we continue just playing story with Big Booba Lady for funsies? Also, let's try to understand her dupe. Like, obviously her non-dupe version is useless, but what does the dupe actually do? So, we get more max HP, which we usually do. We heal by 15% more if she is 50% or above. Great. When using futile attempt to help. We remove all agitation stacks and grant save an extra turn if agitation is at max stacks when using please go back on save turn. Okay, so what this means is grants 2 stacks of agitation, 2 stacks, 1 stack, and then we can use a basic and then get an additional turn. That's pretty good. Watch the giveaway. You just watched the giveaway. Thanks, man. That helped you. No problem. That's beautiful. Call me crazy, but I feel like I kinda want to get her dupe with the Quasar core. I kinda wanna get her dupe with the Quasar core. Why couldn't I have 3 of Big Booba Lady? Why do I need to have 3 of Small Person? Then again, I still don't really know what she does, so maybe... yeah, no. Why is she increasing her max HP and doing attack? Is she like scaling off of both? No, so she just gets increased max HP because why not? Okay, what does Unknown Hex do? Effect rest decrease. At least the speed decrease is nice. Elisa's dupe is the most important after walls. Hey, see, I knew I was onto something, seeing as how she doesn't have any text until you get her first dupe. So... I guess I'm not completely washed. Then again, how long is it gonna take me to get the extra dupe? It's not this event, not this event. 7 days, huh? Oh well. Maybe I pull another one by then. Hey, tier 2 selection chest. Cool. What do I select? Probably the protection set. Can never really go wrong with that one. At least not heavily wrong, I guess. Alright. What to buy on a $100 budget? Okay, so... if you beat chapter 1, you get a selector for a character and a selector for Arcana. Make sure you figure out what to do with the selectors, but that's pretty good, and I think you get like a 10 pull. The next best thing is buy the monthly pass once for $5. Then you want to buy 30 summons at $1 each. You find them in a certain sub-tab. Now that you've done all of those, you want to use the rest on buying the passes. And I think that should keep you in like the $50 to $70 range, probably. Pass-wise, obviously Operation Breakthrough Pass Volume 1 makes sense. And I'm not too sure about Apocalypse, Gauntlet, and Journey passes, but they should be decent value. Yeah. I have a question. In the login, will there be an Arcana selection? I heard there would be one on like a day 7 or day 14 login, but that's not here nor there. Isn't 30 Arcana pulls better for $11? I mean, you can add that on top. Right? Like, you can add that on top and make 50 into $70, but... Or you could also, I guess, cross out... I don't know, the one of the 2 passes, but... Yeah, I heard about a shop guide. A lot of people wanted to see a shop... Let me actually write it down on my whiteboard. Shit, where did my pen go? The whiteboard one. Fuck. Oh, there it is. Alrighty. Your selector was lazy since you've got Ash. Okay. So it was one of the logins, right? This doesn't look like a selector. There we go. SSR Arcana selector. Here you probably want to pick... Ah no, it's random. Okay, this is a random Arcana. Random Arcana on day 14. Ah, this is where we get Roberta, huh? On day 10. Maybe it's one of these rewards. I don't know. It might be in here somewhere, somehow. Every time you hear about a whiteboard, you remember the time you asked your boss to buy one for business reasons and then you bought the biggest one that fit your room and then you only decide to draw some good old schlongs on it. I also thought maybe I should buy like a really big one, but then I came back to Earth and I decided to buy a pretty medium-sized one. Where have I been spending my gemsies? Most of it went into the Ashera banner. Some of it went into the Yumin banner, but we don't talk about that because you shouldn't do that. I got completely fucked on those summons. But more specifically, you want mainly to go for the Ashera banner. You want to do partly a little bit in the Ashera Arcana banner. And then after that, you can kind of most likely save for the Rosaria banner. Because Hild, you either go full investment because you're PvP/RTA focused and you want multiple copies and you also want the artifact. Or you like Yumina and you go for her. But those both aren't better than the Ashera banner. So Ashera banner is by far peak. And yeah, that's it. Which better should I trade? Ashera Vaults or wait for the next collab character? How about you wait for the next collab character? Because you could still pull Ashera Vaults. Huh? You could still pull one. No need to be hasty with the currency. The counter side characters will be there permanently, yes. Got no share copies and 200 on a banner, but you got other great units. You know what's crazy? That's actually one of the best case scenarios. When's the next collab banner? 2nd of April. So you know why it's actually one of the best case scenarios? That's because the moment you have 4 Ashera dupes, it's not that smart to summon on the banner anymore. Right? Because the moment you hit it, you don't really have a choice at all these other great units here anymore. And you're kind of like, ah, shit. What do I do now? If you don't have a... Is Yumina good? I mean, I'm using her at my main DPS. But I'm also doing everything in my power to make her work. Like, for example, she's currently level 139. Resonance 6, 688 skill level, 6000 Stellar Archive with a bunch of shiny shit. Tier 2 gear. Okay, the Tier 2 gear we only got like 20 minutes ago. But, yeah, we went there. Affinity is also pretty high. So we're definitely trying. This is your current situation. You have a stage 4 worlds, but you're sitting on 30k gems and 50 pulls. Yeah. you know, call me crazy, but you know what I'd recommend for you? You could try to tempt fate. You could try to summon on the Ashera banner until you get another dupe. Maybe you're able to avoid the 1% rate. Keep in mind it's only 25% that it's her. Like, honestly, you could try, and the moment you get your additional one, that's when you stop. Right? Like, at this point, the banner is so good, you could at least gamble until you fail one time. And I don't think you'd be that much worse off for it. The profile, do you get it for gifting? The profile I currently have is from the event. And this one is from... yeah, Affection Milestone. Yeah. But no, I don't want an emergency support yet. Okay, I need 100 gemsies. I need 100 gemsies on the quick. Where would I get those? Maybe I could do some arena fights and jump up a rank. Huh. Our defense is losing. Now my defense looks a little more annoying. Where's my rank up? How much gems? 180. Worth it! We spent 20 to get 180. So clearly we're up by 160. So we can now do a temple. Hehehehe. Ho 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 ho. Alrighty. I think this is the last thing we'll do. I think that's pretty much it. Which better do you like? 2 tanks like Hilt and Emily, or 1 tank, 1 healer on the team? Definitely 1 tank, 1 healer. 1 Emily, 1 Ashera. Let's go. Is it worth putting on the Hilde banner? I mean, it seems like she only really properly tanks if you get multiple copies. Oh shit. Fake out? No. Well, that's one way to end it. Oh, but we do have another guaranteed SSR, right? So let's not be down about it. Let's just make it count. Who could it be? Only blue and green characters. Red, blue, and green. Oh, whatever. Give me a highlight. I got you way too many times today, lady. Why? I guess I found my 4th character to be max duped. Not quite. She's actually only close. I guess she's only close instead of being fully duped. Yeah. Oh well. Not like I can do anything about this. 'Tis what it is. Oh. Yeah. Alrighty. Thank you people for joining in. Been a pleasure. Tomorrow will be more interesting. We also have some more video ideas like a journey and such. Thank you all for joining. If you want to, make sure you subscribe. If you're confused by the channel name, I am changing that one. 6 days is all it's gonna take. And yeah. Appreciate it. I did think about making a free-to-play account. The only problem is, at that point, I would have to do 36-hour days because we'd have to push so much story.